welcome into the VESL Spring 2024 Rocket League Showcase. Every Friday, 5 p.m.-ish, we'll kick off some Rocket League action. I'm Time Delight. That right there is Zephyr for a heck of a lot of Rocket League in front of us. Zephyr, I gotta say, I'm excited to kick things away for Rocket League in this spring season.
That's right. We're just getting started. We are cooking. The burner has just lit here within the VESL Rocket League competition. And today, we're going to be seeing 7 best of 5s between multiple of the regions that you typically see within the VESL competition. It's not just today, it's this Friday, the next, and more so as we work our way through that regular season here in April.
Yeah, we're headed through the regular season. We will send teams then on to regionals, live and in person, and then from those
Woo.
regionals, they will send themselves on to the state competitions, which you guessed are also live and in person. I love the format for VESL. I loved it last
Love it.
semester. I will love it this semester, and I will probably love it for many semesters soon to come. This is a great season, and it's a lot of opportunities for some of these teams we will see just around the corner. We'll start things off with Hickory Career and Arts up against Piedmont High. Again, a best of 5, first team to 3 wins, 5 minutes a game, maybe more should we get some free Rocket League at the end of each individual one. And this one already starts off with Piedmont on a decent bit of an early advantage.
Yeah, already coming in and keeping some good lines of control here on the other side. And with that major whip on the defense, it's perfect strides ahead for Wyvern here to find that initial scoring.
That's the first shot, goes bar down. I just don't think it was expected there from just Messi, who did score just on the wrong net. 1-0 Piedmont High.
Already right off of the bat, but hey, it's still plenty of time to go, especially when that's the first shot you're taking. Only 20 seconds into the match.
Oh, yeah.
Notice you got a little bit of that double take there from the other side for Hickory. This is one of the first times we've started to see them get a little bit of traction back, but just as quickly as I say that, I mean, Piedmont are so good at making this transition.
So I've casted Rocket League at a high school level for about 2.5 years or so. I've seen a lot of different levels of it. Some players will have an entire SSL roster. Other teams will be a mix and a hodgepodge. Sometimes it's just bronzes across the board. Here, I think it's a nice little hodgepodge between the two teams. The one issue I'm seeing early for Hickory Career and Arts is the fact they're running what's basically a goalie. Now, in traditional soccer, it's great to have traditional positions. Somebody stays in goal, they can use their hands. Here, it doesn't really matter. You need to have those consistent rotations, or that individual in the back line will always be forced to make saves alone rather than with the rest of their team alongside them.
Yeah, and that's why you see, even if we do have maybe not the traditional role on Piedmont's side, the fact that we have all 3 members step up to that playing plate when necessary is a great spot to put them, at least currently, in the head when it comes to momentum. Haven't quite been able to break past that halfway and get that next leading shot here, and instead, this time around, Hickory trying to find the dribble in. No boost available. Messi finally getting a bit of a tails end of that goal, but not quite set up for Ryder to sling it in.
Yeah, and you can see it's Piedmont with good rotations. They play the third man back, which, yes, you keep a player on the backside, but no, you don't make sure it's the same player. No, you don't keep them back there for the entirety of this one. You basically play a 2-on-3 should you play the principle of what we've seen, at least early on for Hickory Career and Arts. It does seem like they've developed past that already a minute into this game. So we're already seeing improvements, and it's been 120 seconds.
For Ryder there, gotta find a little bit more of a touch if it's going to be any kind of scoring to be had here as we're about to break through our halfway point for our initial first game. And once again, you do get to see the presence of how that defense does align itself, but even still, with a demo like that, numbers off of the board and resets on its way, this could be the time to strike.
Ooh, nice defense from Bloody. That one only stays as far as the front of the box. Missed touch from Turtle, and Wyvern can't follow up on it. So it stays on this blue side, but not by any means dangerous early. Follow up there from Wyvern, pinched off the defender. There's the follow-up that Piedmont need. There's the second goal they'll find. Just an extra 2 minutes and 20 seconds later than their first, they double the lead.
Something about this that I really like from Piedmont that I've seen between their first and this second goal is the fact that they have excellent setup between Turtle and Wyvern here, and notably Wyvern, of course, being that major striker to deliver, but credit where it is due to Turtle really setting up the ball in stride here to allow for some of these easy shots that Turtle has been able to find.
Ryder at least throws off the defensive rotation. Bloody, however, only gets a touch forward and upward, I suppose, as it was denied on the back line. You can see Piedmont has had much better control of their defense. While yes, they have had to play a defense similar to what we've seen from Hickory, by no means has it been as long and drawn out. They've been able to clear the ball a lot quicker, and because of that, it's taken the pressure off. Quantity over quality, but when that quantity is so high, like this one right there, it becomes so much more difficult to deal with on your own defensive side. There's yet another shot on. Ryder will deal with that fairly easily, but the fact that there was yet another shot and make it a third in about as many seconds, it makes things difficult for Hickory.
Yeah, there's been multiple switches here. You can see Messi stepping up to the plate just as quickly to try to play a defensive end here. And finally, Ryder, Bloody, and Messi will find their way to the other side, but it is that lack of ability that sets them here now. Turtle now and crew available with at least 3 up on the board. That reset from Bloody finally enabling, well, it's actually a touch back on the mid that gives them at least a little bit of favor to take this one remaining, but with 1 minute on the board and now no one on the defense.
You know, Under Armour says protect this house. Usually they mean send a player. How in the world does Ryder get a touch on that? Wait a second, nobody was home, and yet Piedmont get denied by thin air and a Dominus from Ryder Beast. A second touch there, that one will still go through. I think a little bit of a rubber band ends up costing him. We'll see it on the replay, but Ryder's first save was insane. Bloody ends up putting it close off the post. No, it would have gone in either way. Feels bad, man. Piedmont do find 3, though.
And once again, it's just another sense of how quickly Piedmont are able to level that kind of control when they do see an advantage, especially when we talk about this kind of defensive end position that Hickory have been utilizing the entire game. It goes awry, you get 1 down, potentially they're all 4 on the aggression. That reset just doesn't come quick enough, especially when they're not catering to, well, putting someone on the back end. This time around, it just seems to be forced in. And you know what? They'll give one over to the Love Me just for the final ticker.
Nice first touch on it to elevate and keep it on this front side. Second follow-up is just there is the lack of communication, we'll say, early from Hickory. Makes their life a little bit more difficult. 4-0 Piedmont in game 1. By no means is this series over, but this game very much so. Will they make it 5? Yeah, indeed they will. Wyvern does indeed with 22 seconds left, and this is where it's one of those South Park moments. Stop, he's already dead.
I think if we're going to start talking about this next game here, something I really want to see out of Hickory is kind of being a little bit more adaptable to the pace of this play, and the fact that, as you were made mention of earlier, we did begin to see some of those necessary rotations for them as they got a little bit more aggressive, but of course dictating a lot of that defensive end control, whether it be to one individual or really forcing some hampering on the goal, seems to have held them back. So hopefully, especially as we see some signs of life here between Messi and Blood, I'd like to see just a bit of stepping.
So this is a situation where at 0-0, this is probably Piedmont saying we have a lot of advantages early. Game 1 is done. It is mathematically impossible for Hickory Career and Arts to score 5 goals in 0 seconds. The max number there is 1. But Piedmont, by no means did they absolutely dominate the entire game. It was really the first 20 seconds and maybe the last minute and a half or so. These last couple goals were really just in, we'll say, pseudo garbage time, make it the last few as they put a 6th on the board. But it's Piedmont just with game 1. You can win 6-0, you can win 1-0 in a 10-minute overtime. It still is a 1-0 series scoreline, and that's where we sit at the end of game 1.
Hey, congratulations to Piedmont there. Something insane, by the way, is the fact that they do sustain with as long as they do off of that 0-second timer. Goes to show the level of control that exists among these players, but across the board, you could see the absolute threshold that Piedmont was able and capable of here.
The one thing I want to focus on here is shots. The goals, yeah, they speak for themselves. It was 6-0. But the shots put on, that is 12-2 for all of you non-mathematicians out there. That means about 86% of the shots taken in this game were taken by Piedmont. That means that they spent so much time on the attacking side that Hickory, even with the 4 saves they put on, still let too many goals go by because there just were too many shots that were taken. One thing Hickory needs to focus on going into game number 2 is clearing the ball from their own zone. I don't care if they take it in stride. I don't care if they turn it into an offensive zone pit of pressure. But the fact is they need to clear the zone and reset their defense. If they can do that, the repeated shots that we saw a few times from Piedmont will be less impactful and or they will come less often.
Something that is interesting, too, is the fact that you got 50% of those goals that come through go alongside the 12 shots that come out of Piedmont here. So it's a 50-50 chance if they come through with that level of aggression that they end up delivering and finding scores as well. Something also I found particularly interesting is the fact that while we do beset Ryder Beast or Ryder Best on that back end for a large majority of the game, the majority of the saves that actually come through there are from Bloody, kind of being this second touch to persist and at least get most of the control back in Hickory's favor.
Yeah, this is Piedmont going into game number 2 and saying this is a clear and obvious advantage that they can pick up. If they turn this into another early goal, I'm going to start to get concerned for Hickory, not only in an individual game, but in the series as a whole. But if Hickory lives up to what I just said, clear the zone, clear the ball from your own zone early rather than having yourself face too many shots in too repeated fashion, that's a good save, and they clear the zone. That's a good first 15 seconds from Hickory Career and Arts.
It's good there, but I do want to make mention of what it took to kind of get to that defensive position. You see with some of these third man adaptable spots how you're able to kind of roll into that goal. Being set upon the goal itself can be a little bit more difficult to work with. Even still, though, Bloody's able to find at least a strike back here, but so quickly, Piedmont are always there and waiting.
So I like to keep a mental timer of how long the ball spends in each zone, at least for every little individual shot. Nice save, by the way, from Turtle, and a pretty good shot from Bloody. But as soon as that ball is cleared from the net, it's then put the opposite direction. Good save again from Ryder Beast on the recovery. But that backwards play from Piedmont has been so clean from them. They are forced into so many awkward positions, yet they seem so comfortable in them.
Finally, Bloody able to force this one back out with Ryder on this left-hand side. They will retain control and push it back into opposing zones here. But the setup regarding who's the second, who's the striker, who's going to find that into the goal just isn't quite as quick enough there. And that's something that Hickory's got to figure out here if they want to be finding any goals soon. They've done a lot better jobs at keeping to the opposing side here. Now they just need to deliver that compounding agenda between two.
This one kept in the blue zone by Hickory, interestingly enough, but it is kept in a fairly inaccessible position for Piedmont. Good clearance all the way to the other side, but Ryder Beast, that goes off the bottom corner of the wall and will elevate itself, easily cleared by Piedmont. This is where Hickory, now that they've reached the first step, it is a game of stages. Stage 1, clear your own zone. Stage 2, make sure that clearance is then accessible by your offense so you can turn it into a counterattacking opportunity. Here's where I'd like to see that. I'd also like to see them make contact with it first. That mistake turns into a goal. The first real mistake made by Hickory. Takes them 2 minutes to do so, but it's a mistake nonetheless, and Piedmont strike first.
Yeah, it's just such a shame in terms of the setup there, especially as we look back towards boost agenda across the board. Bloody and Messy just kind of getting into a threshold of usable speed as that starts to come through from the Piedmont side. So now within that lead, as we're starting to reach that halfway point, this is something we've seen time in before, but credit where it is due. Hickory this time around, a lot better at slowing down the pace here and preventing, well, it from falling out of control.
Hey, that's a goal back and only about 10-15 seconds removed. Ryder, nice shot off the corner of the wall. It then elevates itself over top of Turtle, who can't make the backflip to recover, and they end up unintentionally centering it. Hickory finally force a mistake out of Piedmont and will get on the board for the first time in this game. A little bit of a cue shot for Turtle. Wyvern being sent into the ball. That one perfectly centered. No way to save that. Ryder almost got there, but They Love Me will score their second of the series and Piedmont's second of this second game.
That's just, you can't be making flops like that. As early as it is there, we talk about keeping it clean. It's looking dirtier and dirtier. Plenty of time on the board there for Piedmont, though. You see just how quickly, though, they come into play when it comes back to finding, well, at least a goal against them. Wyvern, of course, and They Love Me. Keeping this towards the other side. Bloody able to stop the momentum for now, but just as quickly you can see from the other end, Turtle's coming up.
Turtle will get that one away from the offense, and They Love Me immediate turn. Here's the counterattack I was talking about that Hickory needs. They Love Me. That's a centering pass. Wyvern's up a little bit too early for it, so thus did not find the angle they were looking for, but still keeps it this offensive zone and keeps it in a fairly dangerous position. Turtle, another center. Miss there from Bloody. Can't say the same, however, for Just Messy, who's looking for a shot of their own. The famed striker, however, lives in Argentina, not in Rocket League.
Well, we'll see if they can channel that potential energy here for one more successful goal, at least to even this match out. But between Wyvern and They Love Me, back and forth, and with Turtle there playing on the other side, they get this rotation, switch positions. Now he, being the forward striker, gives that one back over to They Love Me to get that reset off. And Wyvern just a little too high. Turtle pops that one up on the edge. But hey, there you go. That reset, that time potential. Love me finally coming back in from the distance to save the day and find that goal.
Hey, the fact that they at least keep it on this offensive zone. Turtle can make contact with it in really any way, shape, or form they need. They get it off the crossbar in this instance. It bounces out and away. Piedmont follow up on it because they've had good rotations. That's the thing I want to talk about down the line as well, the rotations we've seen from Piedmont. But they will make it 3. Wyvern's looking for 4. Possible double tap opportunity. Didn't have the boost for it.
Not quite there. Love me trying to come in and save the day, and that might be a risk to play, but from behind, Wyvern is more than happy to take the ball back in hands. He says, give me that, and we'll find at least now defensive. Love me. Nice pop-up like this. Pass that one directly to Turtle. There you go. Wyvern's right quickly from behind, and they'll find their way into the end zone.
50 seconds. 2 goals required for Hickory. Career. It's a nice fake from
Oh
Wyvern, looking for a second. Messi will shut that down, but Bloody, how far do you clear it? Only into the back of your own teammate. The miscommunication, a little bit of an overcommitment by the defensive side of Hickory, means they can't commit anything outside their own zone. And Wyvern, a wounded duck, floats up and over Ryder. Unfortunate to say the least. Bloody, was on the backside of that one. And it's a 3-goal lead with 40 seconds. Again, Hickory can bring it back, but the likelihood is dwindling as that time bank does the same.
And once again, you see another one of those moments where just kind of being within that goal can be so punishing, especially when it comes to getting the momentum necessary to find blocks against stuff like that. The aerial's absolutely perfect. And now with the 4-1 up, 30 seconds to go, it's looking more and more like we'll lead 2 up here for, of course, Piedmont.
Yeah, it's 5-1 now. And Piedmont, the one thing that is really notable about how well they've been doing is their age. We can see a couple different ages across the board. Piedmont High, as a team, not only doesn't have a single sub rostered for them, but they are a team full of freshmen, all 9th graders playing for Piedmont, whereas Hickory Career Arts, Messi's a freshman, Bloody's also a freshman, and Ryder, I believe they are a sophomore, so convincing on their side as well in terms of young talent. But the fact is, Piedmont looks so confident, and they're very communicative with how they play, despite the fact that it's a bunch of 13, 14, and 15-year-olds.
Hey, credit where it's due. That's where some of the best talent live when it comes to Rocket League, and you'll find them finding their way, of course, to another point on the board just before we hit 0-0. And if it's anything to boot like last time around, they might be able to strike one more in, but instead it will be, of course, the dominant victory. Now 2 up, 0-0 here for Hickory.
Now, I said it's a bunch of 15-year-olds, and, that's something to note. Daniel, the person who plays for what is former Space Station Gaming, plays on G2 now, is currently just 16. And made their debut when they were 14.
Wow.
So maybe that quality is something to note. But Piedmont, their young talent showing up in big ways. Wyvern has 4 goals out of this one. Turtle assisted 5 of the 6 goals scored. And they, again, lead the shot total, but not this time by as much. 13-5, not as substantial of a lead for Piedmont. Hickory made some improvements, but the score, unfortunately, stayed fairly similar.
No, and I will say, though, we do see a lot of presence, though, in terms of the actual statistical score that has come through from Hickory in this last game, just being more adaptable to find their way into some of these general touches, as well as taking the chances, notably with finding more shots, more defenses, more saves as a whole here. Of course, Piedmont have accelerated just as twice as fast here, feeling a little bit of that heat. And now, going into our game 3, we'll see if they can continue on and strike when the hammer's hot.
Well, match point now on the board for Piedmont. They've got the opportunity to close things out here, but not the first 6 seconds. Hickory, Career, and Arts, that's the start they've been looking for, and one they will strike first with. Ryder Beast off the back wall, Messi with some help from Bloody to speed things up just a little bit, and funny enough, that's really what you need, some unpredictability. I didn't think Messi was going to hit it that hard, nor did anybody else on Piedmont. And then, when you get bumped by your teammate, intentionally it seemed, that speeds things up just a little bit as Wyvern missed an eye on the backside. Oh my goodness.
Bloody there with the fast save, coming out from the back just after picking up that residual boost, and now it is still in, well, actually, the defensive demolition there. Turtle has to come in, swoop to save the day as Wyvern just back into it. They're now finally able to find their way over and across. Oh!
Shot from distance. What the heck was that? Bloody comes out of nowhere. Somebody show me a replay. I look away for half a second. Was this a pitch between them? Oh my goodness, it was! Speed from distance from Hickory Korean Arts. We were touting up Piedmont's communication. How's that for one?
Hey, it's a blink and you'll miss it moment there, especially with the power necessary to get that fast of a shot down straight and center. And for Piedmont, this is going to be the first time we've actually seen them under legitimate pressure. It's an early start. They've still got 4 minutes on the clock. And granted, if they find their way into the same pace that we've seen in these last 2 games, they should potentially come out on top here. But for Hickory, this might be the momentum they need. This might be the charisma, the direction, the passion for them to find their way to a potential Game 4.
Hey, that's sometimes just the start you need, but a start by no means determines everything. We've played 20% of the game. That's it. There's still 80% left where Piedmont could score 4 times what Hickory has picked up. They've almost done so in previous games already, so I wouldn't put it past them. But the start is what you're looking for. Maybe momentum to kick things away in an unfortunate game of pinball as Hickory Career and Arts unintentionally send the ball into their own net. First touch here, Bloody look in the wrong direction, sends it home himself. 81 miles an hour on the radar gun, and Piedmont at least get themselves to the board.
That's a struggle there, but even if it had not made its way through, something I want to touch on is the fact that Love Me right there on the back end. Really nice position set to potentially capitalize, and while we may see a little bit of a bounce with it off of the backboard, straight in, Wyvern will tie this up.
It's just so quick. Piedmont strike while the iron is very much hot. Nice little casual double tap there for Wyvern.
Beautiful.
Good reorientation of the car as well. It's the little things sometimes, or in this case, the big plays done by little mechanical nuances to tie things at 2 apiece. We're only 90 seconds into this game. This may be the highest scoring one we've had thus far. And Piedmont, I swear, I look away for maybe 40 seconds, and they've scored 3 goals. What is this team? Where did they come from?
I'm just surprised you don't have that set up for the defense. It's coming at you just as quickly as anything has been from Piedmont this time around, and for some reason, Messi and crew just not in the position to look for that defense. Granted, they might be like you, TTL, and could be in those blink and you'll miss it moments. Granted, we all have to blink at some point.
That's true. I seemingly blink for longer than other people, though, with how quickly these goals are scored. There's another one for They Love Me.
Oh my
It's been 50 seconds, and Piedmont have scored 4 goals, and they just don't show any signs of stopping. A nice little tap up and over. Messi was too far forward in the goal to deal with that one without the boost they had. And just like that, Piedmont have gone from 2 down to 2 up in the space of less than a minute.
Can I just say, I think it's crazy, too, by the way, in that moment when they get a little bit of the ball back in action there, all 3 of them are on the forward foot. They're all looking for that potential play as they take to the skies there. Now, for Hickory Career, they've got to find that kind of same level of control. It's not going to be some surprise play that'll put them on top like their first 2 goals. They need to have that cohesion.
They need to. They just haven't, at least not in the later stages of this game, or later past the start, it seems. Another shot on. That one looks like it's going in. It just barely will. And Wyvern gets it past the staunch defense of Hickory Career and Arts. This one was even tapped by a defender. It could have been denied. Rider Beast almost makes yet another save in recovery. This one, just an almost, unfortunate.
Bit of a shame there, but in the end, it is still a huge chunk that is not completely out of Hickory's control. 3 up potentially in 3 minutes is very reasonable. It feels like we've been here a lifetime. It's just the spectator finding our way through the goals replays again and again.
We've reached the halfway mark, and 7 goals have been scored already. Wyvern up and over, almost gets it past 2 players, but a double commit means that not as many people will be back. Does Messi make contact? No, they get bumped. Luckily, Bloody there is for the redundancy of defense, and Wyvern will actually just send things backwards. No need to overcommit to a ball where you don't have the advantage you're looking for. Try and reset. They've been good at clearing the ball from their own zone, so might as well put yourself in that position. It takes an extra 15 seconds, but they have a 3-goal lead. Who cares?
Yeah, I was about to say, they can waste all the time on the clock here as we reach past that 2-minute mark, and you can still see players like Messi on this back line. I mean, sitting there looking for defense when in moments like these, you need to find your place in the action. You need to be pushing forward here because just sitting on the back end and not delivering, especially when you found zone control on the other side, that's not going to deliver a goal.
The minute 30. 90 seconds, 3 goals required. All you mathematicians out there, that's about 30 seconds a goal. The problem is, you also need to make sure Piedmont don't score a goal in that same time frame. Wyvern goes for a little bit of a fake on the front side, almost goes in, but will be denied. The problem is, they only clear as far as about the third way mark without getting it out of their own halfway zone, and Wyvern going up for yet another double tap opportunity. Will they have the angle? No, the protractor not accessible for that second opportunity. But Turtle, still here on the front side, wants a second effort, and will have it as well! Just no goal on that one as well. Hickory Career and Arts keeping things clean on the defense.
It's good defense, and credit where it's due. It's been one of the at least better examples, given the fact that you have to remember Piedmont's been taking a lot more shots, but finding their way to a goal has been something that, well, we've been looking for more of here. Unable to really tap that one, and it will be sent to the sky for Turtle to get a bit of a bounce back off. Love me centering that one up, but no one from Piedmont there to deliver.
My favorite way of expressing how a good defense can still let in a lot of goals is saying, in hockey, a good goaltender will have about a 90+% save percentage. The problem is, if they face 100% or 100 goals, or 100 shots in a game, not 100 goals in a game, they'll still let in 10 goals, despite being statistically favored. The defense has been good for Hickory Career Arts. The problem is, they faced 15, 16, 13 shots plus per game. Here, that number's no different. Wyvern will put yet another shot on. That one doesn't go in, but it's still a shot nonetheless. And with 3 seconds, this one's over. It'll be a 3-0 sweep for Piedmont. It'll end 5-2 towards the later stages, but it is Piedmont again. The quantity, amazing. The quality, still fairly dang good. And with 18 shots taken, 5 of them go in. That's still only about, 62%, give or take? And yet, it's still a 3-goal deficit.
And the nice thing is, our statistics, our math, our love of whatever comes to light here as we take a look at those saves, and you get 9 from Hickory Career and Arts. They're at least securing, once again, 50% of the action that comes their way. But the problem is, like you've stated, when you've got that much tempo in your face, it is only a mere matter of time before, well, Piedmont comes through, delivers on a Game 3, delivers on a best-of-5 as our first of many Rocket League series here in our showcase.
Yeah, that's 90% of the shots taken in that game were taken by Piedmont. 18-2 was the final number. You save 13 of those 18 shots. That was 72, not 62%, by the way. I did the math. And yet, here they are, only down 3 goals in a game they give up 18 shots on. Honestly, if the transitional play for Hickory improves between any of those 3 games, we're looking at a completely different series. But that's the one thing they need to focus on down the line, just a bit of transitional play, because if they pick that up, they're a much more dangerous team.
Well, with that being said here, we'll stick within the Metro Lena region, or at least conference, as we'll be walking on over to our second best-of-5 here between the Agricultural and Science Early College and Lake Norman High School. Stick around. You won't want to miss it.
One best of 5 down, still very many still to go here in the VESL Spring 2024 Rocket League Showcase. I'm Time Delay. That right there, Zephyr. I left my closet door open, and we are heading into our second best of 5 of the day. It's a lot of shirts. Welcome to my collection.
I promise you, if there wasn't this green screen providing this beautiful VESL logo behind me, you would see. I wouldn't say worse. I don't know. I don't know if closet's worse, but you would see something. Either way, we're making our moves here to our next best of Vi. Of course, like Time to Light has said, we're gonna be checking out the Agriculture and Science Early College versus Lake Norman High School. Notably, as you can see, Lake Norman is going to be working this one out as a duo.
Yeah, I feel bad for Lake Norman coming into things, but they still want to try and give it a shot. Sometimes 2 players can indeed beat up 3 if they, well, have the skill to do so. There's no way to find out until, well, the games are played. This is week 1 of our season. There's no litmus test, and never mind. ASEC just hit a basic flip reset, double tap off the top corner of the wall, and it's a 3v2. I'm concerned, and we're 18 seconds in.
This is... Yeah, we do have some mercy rules in place here for the likes of potentially high-scoring games. And granted, we are still a distance away from that potentially being the case, but at least for now, Lake Norman do the best they can. They've got Saber on the back, and it is literally left up to Lunar to try to put this one in, as really you're competing against the time it takes for ASEC to format themselves, get themselves adjusted to the playing field, and, well, then strike.
You know, this start for ASEC, they just seem to have the confidence they need. Cosmo just got bumped by their teammates, so maybe a little bit too much confidence. We'll say it turns into arrogance about the time you start to give up goals, but for the time being, it can be still construed as confidence. There's also the Fortnite Battle Bus.
Shot down. God rest the Battle Bus.
Yes!
Hey!
Redemption! Let's go!
An elimination secured here, on his way to a victory royale.
All right, well, I'm looking for a new co-caster. Thanks for joining me, Zephyr.
Hey, you know I love to dish and dine in my battle royales.
I mean, hey, flip reset, try to go over top of the battle bus, even though it's usually the highest thing in a Fortnite map. We're gonna bring more of that.
It's gotta be like,
yes,
yeah,
heat-seeking battle bus with a dead mouth 5 at the top. I love this.
They gotta like store the battle bus somewhere at some point. It's not always the highest thing on the map.
I mean, the names of Lake Norman are kind of Star Wars-esque if you really think about it. Lunar, or like the light or type of like the moon, and then you have like saber, so lightsaber.
Lunar, saber, moon, rock.
I don't know. It's close enough.
2-0 here. It has been struggles ahead. Shout out to Lunar, though. Makes it entertaining, of course, with all the demos. We'll have to keep a ticking counter as, once again, perfect setup for ASEC, and they will continue to dominantly lead.
I would say, the good news is our giant stat page at the end of every game does track demos. So, we'll see that number at the end of this one. Demos in our previous series were fairly inconsequential. That's why I didn't bring them up. There was like 4 in game 1, and that's about
it. There's like a handful.
ASEC here, though, already up 3-0. The demos are fairly even. I think it's about 2-2, maybe 3-1 in favor of Lake Norman. But that physical game really only works to make it a 2 versus 2 rather than what would usually be a 3 versus 2. And you're not looking at all that much consequential play off the back of it, unfortunately. And another offensive opportunity. Kuda is spinning. Kuda is also shooting, but they won't be scoring, at least not immediately, as yet another demo goes through.
I was about to say, I just love the fact that for that split second, you see the absolute chase there before we come through this goal, sending Lunar careening into the goal.
Hey, sometimes it's all you need. It's the entertainment factor of we'll say, not close game right now. We're 2.5 minutes, 2 minutes and change into this one, and it is a 3 versus 2. This is unfortunate for Lake Norman because I feel the individuals don't look terrible as 2, but the fact is, as soon as you find a demo as ASEC, it becomes a 3 versus 1. Or as soon as you find a demo, it becomes a 3 versus 0. That's so rude. You're like, oh yeah, let him wait for the ball. Wait, and then go for the ball. Watch, Cosmo just barely waits, and then as soon as he makes contact, say goodbye. Saber gets sent to the Shadow Realm, and ASEC are up 5-0.
Can I just say, shout out to Cosmo there, though. If this was like a, legit contest there and 3v3 in the situation, that was an insane level of technical skill to just kind of lightly find that way into the goal.
In the meantime, we don't even get time to talk about the previous goal without Kuda sending off the floor and Cosmo already mid-air, basically pre-jumping a pass that hadn't happened yet, and scores the 6th goal. The numbers on this game are going to be staggering because there's been 3 goals in about 25 seconds, and Lake Norman has spent, I'm going to say, single-digit seconds on the ASEC side of the field.
Yeah. Hate to say it, goalflation is real. And there's no recipe for stagflation to fix this one here. So the value of these goals are diminishing.
I was like, where is he going with this?
I used to be able to purchase a house with these goals 30 years ago. Not anymore. Ah, darn.
You know, okay, unironically, while we have a second, I was looking at apartments and houses. Yeah, I mean, maybe. I've been looking at houses and apartments around my campus, and they're not terrible. The rent price is not great, but like I've seen a couple of houses for like 115, 120 grand, and they're like not awful.
That's good. Yeah. I obviously, for those who now know, I am located in Texas. Shout out to 7-0. And, you know, prices have been relatively stable through and through here.
The score hasn't. It's been about as up and down as they could make it. 7-0, 90 seconds left in this one. And Lake Norman, I mean, you have to send one person after the ball. After that, it basically becomes a 3v1 if ASEC get control on the defensive side of Lake Norman. Pseudo bump in the middle there. Kuda is freestyling. They need some renaming possibilities. But there's a pass right in the middle. Saber misses the ball. Cosmo maybe passing. What? Okay. Flip reset? Flip reset?
I think Lunar's literally just chasing players down at this point.
A triple flip reset pass into a...
Oh!
You know, that would have been a great assist.
Ooh.
They're freestyling at this point. Our mercy roll is about 7, by the way, for anybody who doesn't know it. So about that time, they start to mess around. So at least some sportsmanship being shown after that point makes things a little bit more entertaining.
Hey, really good defense though. This last minute has been impeccable. I haven't seen a shot come through yet, and once again, finally on the other side here. I mean, we can pump that out potentially to double digits.
10 seconds. This one should just about do it. I am curious on the demo numbers that we were talking about earlier.
Yeah.
Cosmo may do something fun. Pseudo Musty tried to the assist off the corner. Doesn't work. 1 second left. Goal probably going to end up going through. And ASEC, are they just going to wait with 0 seconds left?
All right, there we go. Well, congratulations to ASEC finding that first win, notably 7 up on the board there. We talk about the demos, though. That's what we're most interested in, and it will be for Lake Norman. Sadly, not a win there as well. ASEC actually coming out on top. Cosmo and Kuda, 2 for 2.
So demos at the bottom. Oh, this throws off our graphic. We're not used to having 3 players on one team, 2 on the other. So it's 3 on 4 in terms of demos. The goals, we're not going to talk about them. That game happened. We don't have to bring it up again. But the shots is the conversation that I brought up last game. I'll do it again. 16-1. I feel like that caps off this game fairly well.
Well, the truth is we've got another and potentially another after that here for the likes of either one of these 2 schools. ASEC, of course, now 1 up coming out of that one. And to say plenty to show is an understatement. We're feasting here in our game 2.
Do you think that we're going to see something similar moving into game 2? I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if ASEC out the gate just start going for fun stuff. Because, I mean, this is a game they just won 7-0 and it didn't even seem that close. I really would not be surprised if they just come out the gates with freestyle attempts.
Yeah, I feel like you're guaranteed to come out on top in terms of the goal numbers here. So it really comes down to how you want to get to those numbers. Because at the end of the day, I mean, you might be able to find decent, at least, defense here on the side of Lake Lorman, but at the end of the day, it's really finding some of the scoring points that make this one hard. So Kuda, a little bit of the dribble, sets that one up. Cosmo blocks this one.
Cosmo's like, I'm on their team now.
Cosmo's switching sides. Sadly, not strong enough to find the defense as Kuzashika coming in to score that first goal.
With basically a bump off of Cosmo, or a ball off of Cosmo. Cosmo's also swapped cars between games, if I'm seeing that correctly. Luckily, Lunar has not. That's what we're looking for. Battle Bus is still here. The entertainment factor, oh no, empty net. Okay, they're not going for it right off the bat, so they are doing what I kind of thought.
Kuda once again taking their time with the ball here, just slowly, gracefully caressing this one across as they will instead send this one back to their own goal there. Great defense put up on the board there from Kuza and Cosmo, both respectively giving Lunar and Saber one of their first chances that they have been able to find. And now Kuzashika has within that first goal, maybe potentially looking for more. Saber with the nice touches.
Yeah, hey, a minute gone, only one goal scored, but it is, again, ASEC kind of taking this one worth a grain of salt. Kuda just a double jump into the air, Kuzashika with the follow-up, and it's 2-0 in the first 80 seconds. This is, let's be completely honest with one another, this is not a series Lake Norman's going to win. It just won't be. They're mechanically outmatched, and they are outmanned, literally. Very rarely do you say that in a game of Rocket League, but it's a 3-on-2, so that feels bad.
I mean, at the end of the day, it's not like Apex where you can potentially win a 2v3. I'm sure there's successful histories of 2v3 wins in Rocket League as well.
There aren't very many 2v3s in Rocket League to begin with, so probably not. I think even if in most pro or semi-pro competitions, if you show up with 2 players, you get a TQ. So
really?
Yeah. In high school, it's still good for like the players to get the practice, but
Sure.
if you're playing like a competition,
Nice.
It just doesn't make sense.
That's really interesting. I was going to say in Apex, we definitely have plenty of times where players come in as a duo due to exterior circumstances, and they play, and sometimes they can find success, sometimes they can't. I mean, really comes down to being able to possess the gun skill to take on 1, 2, or 3 additional opponents, especially when we get to the pro league structures as a whole here. But I'll tell you what, very last minute of the game in Rocket League, not much to note. Got to shout out Lunar. There was a great demo as he is eliminated.
Kuda's just playing keep away. Honestly, this is a pretty cool little way of, we'll say practicing, kinda, where you try and keep control of the ball, but you don't try and do something special with it unless you're going for a flip reset, maybe a double tap, and that doesn't happen. Kuzashika, there's a third. Hat-trick for the newbie, and a 3-0 start for ASEC.
Well, it is. Do we really say a 3-0 start? What's been started is already, I mean, in most cases, pretty much over. So, yeah. True.
Good point. It's been the start and end were basically the same point on our timeline. Don't tell Marvel that we're talking about a timeline here. They're gonna lose their mind. But this is one of those games that's difficult to look at for 2 or 3 different reasons. Number one, the team that has 2 is already looking to be mechanically outmatched, so even if they had 3, it would be maybe a few less goals, but still as feasibly dominant overall for ASEC. But the other conversation is ASEC just looks like they know what they're doing from the start. And we've had the conversation, we talked about this in our previous game. Here, the grades for some of these players, Kuzashika is a junior. If I'm reading this right, Kuda, for some reason, didn't put their age down, and Cosmo is super senior, the 13th grade.
Cosmo, that's cool.
That's
Remember,
gotta I think it's a joke.
It is early college. Don't forget.
I still think it's high schools. The early college is kind of like the preparatory academy, where you're still it's still high school.
I don't know. Maybe you could get some early credits. Depends on the structure of the school. Might be able to kind of swing that into like something pseudo credit oriented. It's always a possibility. They're formatting schools all kinds of ways these times. Some come with 2 Rocket League players. Some come with 3.
Some come with 2. I feel like they've got to have like a third player on the team somewhere, but they just like had an exam at 5:30 p.m. on a Friday. Maybe they play other sports.
It's dinner.
That's true. It is dinner.
Is it?
Why do you say that? I'm hungry. Why'd you have to say that?
Well, you know me. I'm on my super deficit for the next 3 weeks.
Oh my gosh. True. Hey, ASEC with 30 seconds. Lake Norman, the team that has given up less goals this time, but ASEC from the start were basically doing what they were doing in the last maybe minute of our previous game. And hey, I mean, go for bumps or demos. Maybe that's the principle to go for. But as soon as they leave the goal undefended, it's another goal for ASEC.
I'm kind of sad, too, because when it comes to the dominance of kind of controlling the field, you're going to pick up most of the speed necessary to get that demo threshold. And as a result, it really limits what Lunar and Saber can do and a lot of the action they can take, at least within this game here. But for now, we'll see if they continue to try, especially with 10 seconds to go. Lunar will fall from the graces above as Kuda will pick up probably one, if not the last goal of this best of 5.
So, you were right. This is a little bit of a combination between this and a community college. The About Us for the Agriculture and Science Early College webpage says the Agriculture and Science Early College, or ASEC, is a 5-year high school and community college program. Students will be able to earn high school diploma and a free 2-year college degree or college transfer credits. They have the option to pursue several different degrees through Mitchell Community College, including agriculture technology, associate in science, and the associate in arts, which is pretty cool.
There you go.
This is.
I was about to say.
I feel like this is the coolest high school I've ever seen.
That is an excellent program. I know my high school offered credits, but especially being able to transition to a 2-year plan, that's actually really, really nice here.
Yeah.
We'll wrap up this game, though, maybe not as quickly as some of these high school careers, but hopefully now at 7-0, game 2, same standings, same points. ASEC now up 2 up on the board. Do Lake Norman High have a chance?
No. However, they do have things that they can certainly focus on in this third game. Now, they say the general principle is you either win or you learn. I feel like there are a lot of things to learn moving into this third game. Number 1 is how to play with one less player. You were talking about this earlier, kind of in Apex, where you kind of need to know how to play with one less.
Yeah, you need
This
more.
is like a principle where you just say, hey, let's just pretend one of our teammates have been demoed the entire game and try and play it like a twos game, kind of. Because sometimes it does turn into a twos game for 3 seconds when you get a
Sure.
demoed.
I mean, this ultimately comes down to what you can really draw out of it at this point for either one of these two teams. And it does suck for Lake Norman in many regards, but there's still a plethora of learning opportunities. The real hard part for this, though, is especially when you break down to a duo in Rocket League, you don't really have the time to spare in terms of if you want to get out there and get aggressive, set up some of those shots, and with the follow-throughs, you're also, in 99% of cases, leaving your goal open. And it doesn't matter how quickly you can make that cross. ASEC is going to be there to capitalize every time. So Norman's pretty much forced to play defense almost the entirety of our 5-minute period here.
And yeah, the lack of shots, I think, gives that one away. One shot, they had 2 saves on the lots of shots taken by ASEC. 14 was the number I was looking for. And hey, heading into this third game, this is not a game that Lake Norman are going to win. Plain and simple. Let's be real with each other here. I'd like to be an optimist sometimes, but sometimes just reality sets in. This is, however, a game they can learn a lot from. And down the line, hey, teammate gets demoed. These players have played 15 minutes plus worth of 2v3, so they'd have the principles for it.
Optimally, I'm kind of just waiting to see if we end up with another 7-0, or if potentially Lake Norman are able to stem this one out a little bit longer. Haha, get that stem.
Oh, I see what it did there. That actually took me a second.
Thank you. It was the exact same word that we use here on our program.
Flip reset is not one. However, I'll be happy to say it. Kuda just gets a flip reset through, gets a late usage of it, and gets it over the last defender. So already 1-0 up for ASEC in the first 30 seconds and change. And Lake Norman, that's a goal that you can certainly be saving. You had a player on the back line. That's something you can learn from. Where was the problem? Number 1, losing a second player. Sure, that would help. But number 2, predicting where they may go. And sometimes it's just a game of bluff. Will I use my flip reset immediately? Will I not use it at all and just have you go sailing by thinking I will? It's the game of will I use it at all? In that case, the answer was yes.
Well, there you go. Lunar already right off of the bat with a very nice demo. That is technically the first leading strike when we talk about the potential lead for Lake Norman in our demo contest coming out of this last game. And hey, there's another one, 2 up. This is actually tied for the most amount of demos Lunar has found in these last 2 series now.
I feel like we're keeping 2 very different scores. ASEC is up in goals, Lake Norman's up in demos, and that's the one that really counts, let's be honest with each other.
That's true.
We could have like a Tron game. I feel like, oh my gosh, imagine Rocket League integrated Tron.
That's probably easier than maybe we could give credit. I mean, I've seen some of the custom modes, the custom options here, especially with Boost already being a major thing. I mean, you could probably just make that demo related.
I mean,
yeah,
I've seen Deadline in GTA. That was fun. Imagine how it'd be integrated to Rocket. Okay, I'm DMing Psyonix really quick.
Yeah, of course. You've got that email on lock. Any given point here.
Contact@Psyonix.com. That's not actually a thing. All right, it's 2-0.
Wow.
ASEC, and Kuda has their second goal. What is this?
Just
Cosmo?
perfect. Oh, it's a tire squeak, noise dive, dolphin jump, hereditary hat dive there for ASEC to find that second goal. Absolutely perfect setup.
What did you just say?
Oh, it's, I mean...
You can't do it again, can you?
No, it was a tire squeak, noise dive, dolphin jump, hereditary hat dive.
We can do it again. Wow. I too love making up words.
Hey, we're the Rocket League casters here, and I've been doing this. I've been 5 years on the board at this point. I'm surprised you've still asking questions on the job, bud.
That was great. I enjoyed it.
Thank you.
2 minutes left in this one. Lake Norman. Hey, that's all you can keep out. Oh, it just floats in. Kuda is going to pick up a fairly early hat trick in this one. I suppose fairly late with 2 minutes only left. That one just floats up and over. That actually directly went in somehow. Nobody else touched it. But there's no way that didn't hit the side post. I thought it was going to hit the post or the crosshair, or both, honestly.
Hey, in terms of trajectory for the score points of this game for Lake Norman on the defense, it is
They scored!
the first score we have seen, actually.
It's over. Lake Norman win. That was actually the Easter egg of a series. Lake Norman, if they're down a player and they score at all in the best of 5, they win the series. That's not a thing.
That's
For legal reasons, I'm kidding. However,
That's it. Marbles have been collected. Races have been had here. They are the leaders. And you know what? Throw in a little bit of a demo there onto Cosmo for good measure, just to seal the deal of how good this game 3 has been for Lake Norman.
Hey, I think we should, like, draw a simulation. What a second. Wait. Kuda just hits a casual, direct musty, up and over, too. He hits just a backflip straight up, gets it over Cosmo, gets it over Saber, who was already retreating after a bump with Cosmo, and Lunar was nowhere to be found. That's a stylish way to find a 4th goal.
Really nice. 4th goal found here. This time around, no matter what the ending score line is, even if they break up to 7, I will be more than happy to say it is not 7-0, not 007. Instead, we've got 1 on the board, a singular point, a singular pickle in the hands of our greedy lovers.
Oh, that bar down. That one just barely stays out. Lake Norman need to be able to clear these. That's the one thing I really wanted to focus on for Lake Norman in this third game, is just getting the ball out. Because in a 2v3, if you're facing too many shots, eventually your rotations are going to be thrown off because they have one more player than you. But if you face a lower quantity of shots, kind of like we were talking about in our previous series, it means they have less opportunities to, well, score and throw you off of rotation. That's what I'd like to see here from Lake Norman. That's what they just did. They threw it to the other side of the zone. That's not bad. The problem is, when you're in a 2v3, somebody has to go commit for the ball, and eventually you're going to get caught out. At that point, it doesn't even become an overcommit. It just becomes a normal 2s commit, which happens. The unfortunate part is your teammate's, well, gone, and you're playing a 3v2, ASEC find a 3 goal because of it.
Well, it was set up there for ASEC. This is now setting them into the range of 2 goals away from tying their at least goal lead in these last 3 games, potentially 1 more to beat that point scoring. Cosmo will quickly find the necessary one. One more to go to tie.
Hey, looking for 7? I suppose might as well go for it. It also does become possibly a goal differential conversation. Tiebreakers do indeed happen towards the later stages, and if ASEC is as good in this series as they may be compared to other teams that will indeed have 3 players on their team, maybe if they get to tiebreakers, because it is top 8 that make it to regionals, those tiebreakers or those goals here could end up working in their favor. We'll see if that ends up becoming the case maybe down the line in future weeks. But that shot, Cosmo goes bar down after following up from the ceiling. If
I will say,
show this game, I don't know what will.
You bring up the tiebreakers. If anyone else is having 21 plus goals scored for themselves on a 3-0, that's got to be a different kind of monumental success.
I've seen crazy things. I mean,
okay.
I was casting elsewhere, and a team wins 21-2 in a 3v3, and they actually end up placing 4th in the season. So,
I was there when Germany beat Brazil.
yeah, but then Germany ended up winning the World Cup, not placing 4th. That was.
But I was there.
Yeah. I was there too. I was 8.
Wow. Okay.
That was a 2012 World Cup, right?
Wow. More numbers. These are years that are being revealed as we reveal, to no surprise, ASEC Esports coming out on top with that final win to deliver on the best of 5 as a whole. Sadly, it is no 8 goals for ASEC, but hey, for Lake Norman, we talk about a major 5 demos, a single extra goal, and you know, we'll throw those 2 saves in just for the salt and pepper, that extra measure.
Hey, they let up less shots this game, only 12, and honestly, the 3 versus 2, 12 is a pretty good number to give up. I'll be completely honest with you. They
Of course.
don't have a terrible start. Sure, they would have liked a little bit more to exit, but hey, they pick up a goal. They still stayed alive in the middle part of the game, but towards the end, ASEC was like, yeah, we're actually going to try and start scoring for goal differential maybe down the line. I mean, 7 goals is what kind of what you'd expect in the 3 versus 2. If Lake Norman did any better, I'd be very concerned for other teams maybe down the line.
You know what? At the end of the day, one thing I want to see, especially as we reapproach some of these series in these following Fridays, is what Lake Norman really is capable of. I'd love to follow up with them as a full 3-man roster and see where they actually stand in some of this competition. Because at the end of the day, we've got a whole month ahead of us here of all Rocket League filled regular season. And even within the Metrolina, they'll have the chance to potentially come back within the conference.
Yeah, hey, there's still a lot of time left. Usually we use this first week as a litmus test. Unfortunately, it's a fairly inaccurate litmus test when a team has only 2/3 of their normal roster. So maybe we'll see them more down the line, hopefully find more information as a squad down the line. But before we do that, we're going to throw things over to Christian between our second and third series. Talk about STEM stuff here on the VESL.
Hello, VESL. It is me yet again, Co, the STEM guy, here with some very important announcements for you STEM people. My favorite kind of people. So, this right here, where I'm at, this little rectangular box on your screen called the VESL live stream, is where I am going to be showcasing your STEM competitions throughout the next few Fridays. This is where the competitions essentially take place for your viewership. So, be on the lookout every Friday stream. Yes, sir. All right. Also, for those of you who really wanted it, I have heard your cries. We will, in fact, be having a one-off competition after states, after this season. We'll have a one-off STEM competition for the manufacturing pathway. That is creating a little Matchbox car in CAD, 3D printing it, and then we'll race it down a Hot Wheels track. And obviously the first one to win that race is, or the fastest one is the one who wins. So we'll have a tournament outside of the season for you guys, so everybody can join in on that little fun. I know it's going to be great. All right, also, I would like to show you a really cool image here in right now, actually. He's right here. You see this cool image? Yeah. So these are the points that you will be winning for your STEM team. If you're first place in a competition, you're going to get 50 points. If you're second, you're going to get 45, and that goes all the way down to 25. So These points are going to be added to your total, and at the end of these 6 weeks, before we go to states, we'll see who has the most amount of points, and they will be our regional winners. And the top few teams from each conference, based off of these points, are going to go to the state competitions. And I promise you, ladies and gentlemen, these competitions are fantastic. You are not going to want to miss it. So please be the one who earns, the top amount of points. You really want to. All right, thank you, cool image by my side. You were my friend in my time of need. All right, also, a little quick update for you guys. We have changes to the due dates in case you didn't see it. So, game dev and healthcare, you guys are submitting your first competition this Saturday. We gave you a little extension there, so if you haven't yet, now is your opportunity to make up and earn those points that were just there on screen. All right, agriculture and manufacturing, you guys are getting an even bigger extension until Thursday next week. So, I know you guys kind of need it. So, here you go. That is my gift to you. And also, entrepreneurship people. I know. The cries are loud from the crowd. Unfortunately, we do not have our custom simulator ready for you yet, but what we do have that's about to go live as soon as we get done here with this little stream is a new kind of competition. You're definitely going to want to compete in this. You're going to get points. It's going to be fantastic. It's totally wild. Never been done before. Keep an eye out from your STEM coaches in the announcements channel for that. Also, we have one last little piece of information from me to you here, and that is we have now started delegating who gets to be a STEM team leader. Why? Well, because we want to give you guys a little big something on your resume. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, this is a resume booster right here. As a STEM team leader, you will be communicating to your STEM coach about your progress. You will also be making sure that your competition material is up to par and looks really good, because we're going to put on a stream and you guys don't want to be embarrassed. And also, you're going to be coordinating roles with your teams. It is a leadership position. You will treat it as such, and you will be rewarded as such. So, if you haven't already, go ahead and contact your STEM coach and be like, hey, I want to be the leader. And, if somebody else wants to, then maybe you'll have a little fighting to do on your hands in order to get, because you ever have a dream where you ever dream. Anyway, all right, so that was the STEM announcements for today's stream. Thank you so much for watching. I'm going to throw it to a very short break before we get into our next Rocket League match. You're welcome.
2 games down, still 5 more to go in these best of fives for the Rocket League Showcase in the spring of 2024. I'm time to like that right there, Zephyr. And into our third game, we've been told this time it's a 3v3, Zephyr. That at least
There
is
you
a step
go.
in the right direction.
This gives us the hope, the passion, the fury, the actual competition that we've been waiting to see here in Rocket League. Shout out, though, of course, to our friends previously. Either way, we are going to be jumping into Green Hope High versus Leesville Road High as we move on over to our next conference here, the Wake County.
Yeah, we're headed into a new conference. We've got a couple new teams. Again, a lot of this is the unknown. We're venturing out into teams that we've seen before, maybe prior iterations.
Yes.
Maybe some people have graduated early, though. So by no means is this obviously, hey, we know how this match is going to go. It is Green Hope up against Leesville Road. Leesville Road sounds like the location of a British football team, like where they play. Like I just looked up, like there's Wadden Road, there's Portman Road, there's Weatherby Road. A lot of places are named after the road they are from. So Leesville Road, hey, might as well live up to it.
Well, hey, Leesville Road, they'll be the ones to be at least on the defense here to start. Green Hope's done a great job at keeping a lot of that power potential. Haven't really seen much momentum come out of Leesville yet. Really trying to set themselves up, line up, at least deliver on that next shot. And while they have been good at least denying the ball, setting it away from the net, they haven't really found the movement out of it. And as a result, I mean, Crazy Shark, I mean, it's you bide your time, you wait your seconds. It's almost guaranteed to happen here.
Yeah, when you spend 40 seconds in your opponent's zone, it's bound to go in the back of their net at some point eventually. Leesville, I do not believe they even cleared their own zone in the first 40 seconds before that goal went through. And with that many shots, that much time on the offense, it's going to end up going home. Crazy Shark wants a second, ends up getting a back pass for it. No second touch, at least not in the direction of the goal, but they still have ball control, and they're still at least becoming a little bit of a spanner in the works of that defensive side of Leesville.
Yeah. Interestingly enough, all 3 members set aside here. And once again, we see another one of those nifty situations where they haven't really found the placement to at least carry that ball forward. They always seem to be just kind of getting into their moving action as that one breaches the other side there. And while that corner bounce will find its way over and across, Crazy Shark and crew are just there available to set it up, take it to the skies, and find goal number 2.
And a clean one at that. This is where you just slow yourself down. You make sure that you say, hey, I have an advantage. Let me take full advantage of said advantage. And you just put it up the wall, take a shot over top. Leesville Road just don't get there in time. 2-0 in 80 seconds. And by no means is this a bad start for Leesville Road, but it's not great.
We'll see what they can do within this disadvantage to disadvantage here now for Leesville Road. And for the first time ever, they have made their way across into the aggressing position, bounce off the edge. Yalom, perfect response, the setup and deliver, hook, line, and sinker. This is what we need to see a little bit more of.
Hey, that's a follow-up. That's a pass as well. Finally, some team cohesion from Leesville Road. And 2-1, by no means a difficult scoreline to come back from. It's just a kickoff goal away from being tied up. We'll see if that comes through. It at least heads to the Greenville Hope side of the pitch, but it doesn't stay there for very long.
You got to be really, really careful there. And what was that kind of forward momentum we saw last time around that carried into that goal for Leesville is something they tried to follow up on. And you've got to be still just as respectful, right? I mean, it is still a very, very prominent kind of a dominant team here in Green Hope that has been laying in against you here time in, time out. It will be Iron Welder who does get that initial flick, but a quick pass back from Yalom and crew as he will pop that one up and just barely Bronze takes to the minor bits of the skies to defend the goal there.
Hey, Green Hope sent it all the way down, but it's very quickly ping-pong back by Leesville. This does seem to be a little bit of a game of ping-pong, volleyball, tennis, whatever volley type game you want to call it, but it does seem like at the same time Green Hope is owning that type of play. More offensive pressure, another shot on goal, that one denied, yes, but still kept on the front side of that net. Great pass across from Div 1 Bronze, just not a Div 1 SSL type shot, unfortunately, as Green Hope only retain their 1 goal lead.
Still, though, we talk about the sets. We talk about the potential of these things, and especially when we get to the end game screen where we're going to talk about the shot counters here. Even if we're not delivering on any one of these goals, it's that constant probability, the fact that you are putting it into their wheelhouse again and again. Eventually, something's going to roll.
2 minutes. This is Leesville Road still keeping themselves very much in it. And more importantly, they are not making mistakes in the neutral. They are giving themselves reasonable opportunities. Yalom, very patient, will keep themselves back and then will aggress at the perfect possible time. You jump on a ball that was left out in the open, and you're able to at least keep it away from your own net. Second opportunity, that's a miss. That's a problem. But Yalom, there's the redundancy. There's the clearance from Leesville.
Really, really nice there, and the reset. But just as quick as we say that, we're going to check out this replay here. Div 1 Bronze is more than happy to pound that one back. Take to this, guys. A quick aerial. Flip that one over. Knock it in the goal.
Hey, that is finally breaking the net of Leesville Road, albeit a difficult net to go past. But Leesville Road now only down 2, somehow saving that one. Second opportunity. I think Iron Welder made contact with that in midair. Ooh. Not consequential contact, but contact nonetheless. Unfortunately, it doesn't go through. But the fact that that was even a conversation is the scary part for Leesville. And now,
wow!
There's Crazy Shark just barely getting under the ball. And watch the boost counter. Top left of your screen. 45 now, 32, 25, down to the last single piece of boost to get under the ball and get around all 3 defenders from Leesville Road. What a goal to put him up 3.
I'll tell you what, if Crazy Shark was a rope, it would be fishing line. Down, thin to the wire here, especially when we talk about the controlled resources. Now, finally back in the other side, it is once again another major demo that has come up against Iron Welder, something that has happened multiple times here, and that does take the wind out of Green Hope's sails for just a little bit here. But roll it in. Crazy Shark will find another one.
This is just rude. And that one just barely went in as well. Close, but not quite on the save. And almost both players got back to it, but almost is not going to cut it when you're trying to play staunch defense. Green Hope, a statement in the last, really 60 seconds here. And with 40 seconds left to play, Leesville Road need 4 separate goals. It just doesn't look great for them.
Remember what they say, close only counts in horseshoes and hand grenades. And I always like to add hurricanes.
What? I mean, from North Carolina, that may be the right annotation. But, yeah, I mean...
I am a weatherman, never forget.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, what is it, degree in meteorology?
Yes, sir.
This one was like a reverse...
They're big. All right, Hurricane big. Hurricane big, a lot of area.
So is a lead.
Yeah, big lead. 6 up here. Can it breach the 7-point matter that we saw in our 3v2 in the last matchup here between Lake Norman and Agricultural Science Early College? Probably not. 5 seconds to go. One quick pop on the edge could have been it, but this one likely roll on out and away.
Yep, 0 seconds. This one is just down to garbage time, and garbage time doesn't last very long. Green Hope take out the garbage, at least in game number 1. They will take out Leesville Road. Yeah, that sounded a lot rude when I finished my sentence. I was like, I've already committed to the bit, whatever. 6-0 or 6-1 for Green Hope in game 1. Shots as well, that is 15-1 in shots.
And we talk about kind of setting themselves up on that defensive portal, which granted... Hey, Leesville Road, I mean, they do a really good job of that. Sitting 6-1-1, 8 on the board. They're up against what was 15 of those shots. That's more than 50% that they're finding the successful take against there. But the problem is, it goes alongside them never really getting to the other side. The one time they actually do is the only time they manage to score a goal there. So 100% success rate, by the way. 1 shot, 1 goal.
Hey, if they can increase the quantity, hopefully the quality follows. The problem is increasing the quantity in that conversation is much more difficult than it may seem at a surface's edge. Green Hope has played very well in the neutral, not giving up a whole lot of space, and more importantly, not giving up a heck of a lot of shots. Here's one follow-up possibility, but Yalom doesn't find it. Where's the rest of the team? Look at this. This is the one problem I brought up. I think this is the first series, maybe the first 2 minutes of said series. You play a goalie, congratulations, you may have a very good individual, but they can't do the job of 3 members against a, we'll say, feasible defense. And here, that's the problem. Yalom does fairly well in the attack, but they had no help.
Yeah, it is a struggle there, and you can see just as quickly, while it does result in a lot of those potential saves, it's give or take. Slowly, the edges of this territory have been eclipsed by Green Hope piece by piece. Finally, Yalom and, of course, Digital Ruler will finally break on through to that other side, but it's just quickly as we talk about good aggression, it's the defense from Green Hope. More than happy to extend the 2, recuperate after that demolition, and now they're back at it.
Oh, second touch. I don't think that was so intentional. Iron Welder wasn't expecting it, but does reorient their car there in time. Unintentional, amazing pass. Watch this one. Div 1 Bronze, the front of their car flipping forward, makes the second contact. Iron Welder was up, expecting the first touch to be the best they needed. Turns out second touch was even more of a dream. 1-0 early for Green Hope. Zephyr has had their cam crash, or comms crash, I suppose. They'll be back in just a second as we move into a second opportunity. And Div 1 Bronze just either saved their own shot or their teammate's shot. That was supposed to go in. Maybe Iron Welder has a second opportunity, waiting for it. The bait almost good, but unfortunately just didn't have enough speed, nor the flip they were looking for. Neutral now for Leesville Road. They want more with it. They'll get it down to the Green Hope side of the pitch, all the way to the back wall. And now a shot opportunity, but Mist gets beat by Crazy Shark. Second flip reset. Not consequential, but that was about as close as things get.
That's about as good as it gets there. Now from the heights above, Div 1 Bronze will find one of their first goals of our series here, notably taking, and like you said, when you've got the time to capitalize, that's all you have to do. Pay the price, take the shot, extend that one out.
Yalom just landed on top of the other defender and completely struck them down from trying to save it. It's like, no, if I can't save it, nobody will. And because of it, a second goal goes in, almost a third. Could have been an own goal opportunity, but that one won't go through. Second opportunity, that one not either. Third by the Storm, absolutely not. What a save from Yalom on the back line, making up for maybe their transgressions of the rest of their team on the previous shot. Iron Welder, flip reset of their own. They do get the flip, but they don't do all that much with it. And Green Hope, 2-0 lead. Trying to make it 3? No, that won't go either.
Great moment there, though, from the side of Green Hope. After what was that demolition of Iron Welder, a moment where you say, oh, we can take back the aggression. They delay super well, keeping that ball up in the air, extending, the air time into a position that, gives them that option to get Iron Welder back and make for reset here. Trying to barrel on through the other side, though. Leesville Road is just looking for some kind of access. A little bit of a dribble right around the corner, off of the nose here. Glad they waited for Iron Welder to come back.
That's the most patient play I've ever seen go as successful as it did. Yalom even played that correctly, getting around the ball but still trying to keep it away from the net, and just gets 50'd straight in. Good job from Iron Welder, positioning their car well on what was already a very good setup for the shot. And 3-0, very well deserved for Green Hope. This one looks a lot closer, though, on both sides of the ball. Leesville Road have been good on their defense. The problem is they have played too much defense in back-to-back games. That one gets saved by Yalom on the top of the crossbar, but it stays in the offensive zone and somehow isn't even shot. I thought that was going to be a goal.
Set up on the other side, just playing the midfield here at 3-0 on the board. No risk available, probably, in terms of communication. Had to delay for one reason or another, but as a result, it has let Leesville at least carry this one back on over to the other side for the first in a long while there. Great defense off of it, denying that shot from falling in, and just as quickly as we discussed their recent successes, it's sinking down the middle, but it's just oh so too far on the corner.
Corner, however, with 70 seconds,
wow, great
gives
job.
A Green Hope another opportunity. No one's home. Iron Welder just has the freest goal they've seen thus far today, and a hat trick also built up for them. 4-0 for Green Hope. Game 2 seems to be all but over. Oh, it's a team bump. It's like players going by without looking at each other. Both of them probably had their ball cam on, and it's Green Hope's a free fourth.
Shout out to Iron Welder there. Was the opposite direction, and what that replay didn't catch was the almost immediate turnaround to kind of give Leesville Row what felt like false hope, right? They saw him going one direction, quickly makes for the recovery, and as a result, they're all extending so far out of that defensive position. A minor but crucial mistake here now. 4 up on the board, 40 seconds to go, likely done at this point. Mathematically, as my friend Time to Light likes to say, it'd be about 10 seconds per goal.
Yeah, it's a possibility, but the probability is not all that, we'll say, encouraging, I think is the adjective I'm looking for there. Shot another one there for Green Hope. They will continue to pepper in the offensive opportunities till the clock says zeros, and maybe even for 1 or 2 opportunities afterwards, but a 50-50 goes Mist's way, and Leesville Road are on the board with 20 seconds remaining.
Now remember, shots count here. It is important putting numbers up on the board in the face of the perils within these games. At least right now for Leesville Road, 1 up. Probably insurmountable to find the 3 as well in the next 20 seconds, but you can't say they left with nothing.
You certainly can't. You can, however, say they want more. They know they certainly can. Unfortunately, more is just thrown right back in their face. More shots, more goals, more of a deficit. We're back up to 4, the lead for Green Hope. And here in Game 2, it just seems like they own everything.
Well, own at least Game 2, and of course that Game 1 sitting pretty in their pocket for now. The question remains, can they manage to put up that 3rd and final potential game here within this best of 5? So far, all of today, the only thing we've seen are 3-0s.
Yeah, I was casting Overwatch yesterday at the collegiate level, and we call it 3 Overwatch because the best of 5s always end 3-0. That's not like a fun little word in Rocket League. I feel like we need to come up with something for that, because sometimes dominant games just end 3-0, and that's the case. The other conversation is sometimes a team is just mechanically better than you. There's a reason there are multiple rank sets in Rocket League. Not everybody plays anybody, because sometimes you can make no mistakes in a series, kind of like Leesville Road did here, apart from maybe a team bump, and still lose by 4 because the team is just mechanically better. Sometimes the conversation of, oh, they were just better than us, is indeed accurate. You can make no mistakes, lose by 15, and say, we did all right.
Yeah. At the end of the day here, it is a little bit of extra shots to come out of Leesville Road off of this last game in comparison to their 1-for-1 this last time around. And optimally, while you would expect the probability to follow, it does not. Instead, this time, a 33% success rate on delivering within those shots. And while Green Hope does find a few less, they still at least put up the numbers to boot when it comes to delivering upon our scoreline.
Well, I mean, the conversation here, Leesville Road owned the physical game. Green Hope owned almost every other part of this game. Goals, shots, saves went Leesville Road's way, but that's only because they faced significantly more shots. And if Leesville Road go into this 3rd game and say, hey, let's take more opportunities on that offensive side, let's follow up on the, we'll say, goals they can pick up, they have an opportunity in this series. The issue is, this opportunity is going to be very difficult to come by should they run into more problems with clearing the ball. It's the same conversation at the end of Game 2 that it is at the end of Game 1. They need to get the ball out of the orange zone. Doing so, much easier said than done.
Well, at least for now, for Leesville, they are actually the first to be demoed there, an extension from Crazy Shark, but it leaves the goal, I wouldn't say open, in fact, fairly closed here. Tries to set up for a bit of a return there from Digital Ruler, and instead lands right into the heart of Crazy Shark here, keeping that one tempoed on the mid. But something I like this game is the fact that we are seeing Leesville Road a lot more present on the other half here, trying to extend it out. Problem is, in doing so, they don't quite have that 3-man back-end rotation down yet. It is a long shot, the sniper from Div, and quite literally the pass from Digital to boot.
Yeah, Digital Ruler, it's the first touch conversation. It's the same thing in traditional soccer that it is in Rocket League. The first touch can be the most consequential one that you take. That first touch from Digital Ruler wasn't all that much of a settle, more of a, let's say, an errant deflection. Just goes away from them. They can't do all that much about it because they had a lack of boost. And it's just followed up on. Good positioning for Green Hope. They pick up a goal off the back of it. That is a mistake that you can certainly improve on. And I said this in the previous series. I'll say it again. You win or you learn. What do you take out of a series if you don't win it? Here, hopefully some better defense as they keep the ball out on the defensive line. Second opportunity, Yalobe does the same. Well held from Leesville Road.
You know what? It's well held, but we're talking about within threads there. That's a position you don't even want to potentially grant an open door too, because we're talking about a difference between pixels within that goal there, just a little bit of extra power. So already right off the bat, while it is minor clutch factor saves, I do want to see them continue to improve and just generally keeping nice pacing across the board here. And at the end of the day, it's still 3 minutes. So there's the potential for just a single goal at this current moment to even the playing field. They just have to, I will say, be a lot more careful about how they address getting to this opposing side and delivering.
They have had the ball much more in the neutral. They've been in control of it a lot more. They've forced out more from Green Hope. There's a good bump. Keeps the ball, yes, on their own side, but by no means can Green Hope immediately follow. Unfortunately, double commit. Yalom does follow up, but Iron Welder up with boost. 50-40. They have a flip reset. They've got the ball off the back wall, but it's kept away again by Yalom. Just a defensive specialist in this third game, keeping Leesville Road in it.
Yalom, though, keeps this ball on the opposing side. Green Hope still having to deal with this. Problems, though. This is the third time they've left net. If they aren't careful in terms of how they reset or try to position this shutout, I could potentially see, distant futures. Yalom obviously recognizing that makes for the back-end exchange, which hopefully you'd see him being a little bit more forward, being kind of more of that preferential striker. Now Crazy Shark in play. It's a hard straight line there, but at least it gets the ball back on the other side.
Hey, the question now for Leesville Road is, what do you do with the, not newfound momentum, but newfound rejuvenated positions you've picked up in this third game? By no means has it been a complete dominant showing from Green Hope, but at the same time, you haven't had as many offensive opportunities, and a double commit to the ball where you don't immediately make contact. Yalom is left to fend for themselves. Yalom alone, and they miss.
So close there. Coming down to threads upon action. A second earlier, a second later, a bit more boost could have been enough, but it was as slow as could be, and now sets Green Hope 2 up going into our 2 final minutes here. Once again, now Leesville starting to hunker down a bit more turtle-like, something that we had seen these first 2 games.
Oh my goodness, I thought it was going to go in. Iron Welder had a great redirect. Luckily, Yalom gets back for it. It's kept away, but it's still danger. And the question remains for Leesville Road is, what do you do with the danger that you're posed in front of? Green Hope have seemingly found a new gear in this third game after a slow start to it. Second goal already scored. They haven't had to play all that much defense in the last 60, 80 seconds or so. That's a mistouch, but Iron Welder, they keep it away. No problem.
Missed backup on the sideline for the corner there as Welder's more than happy to provide extensive distance. And on this other end, Digital Ruler is still playing hard D as Iron Welder will be demoed. This is something we have seen time in, time out within this best of 5. Granted, hasn't delivered much in terms of pressure. Everyone's missing left side and right, and it takes Crazy Shark, the original setter, to come in and find that goal.
You know, we went from Metrolina, which is the metro part of Charlotte, North Carolina, to Whiff City for about 8 seconds. Green Hope, they do indeed score their third game, though, and Leesville Road kept scoreless in this one. It's just a problem that they haven't been able to really solve. It's the not time they spent on the attacking side, but it's the opportunities they create once they're on that attacking side. It's just been a lack thereof in this third game, especially 40 seconds. Not particularly looking great. I say that, though. There's an opportunity. There's a goal.
And while it may not be probable, it is possible here for Leesville Road to potentially find the 2 if necessary. 20 seconds on the board is more than enough, especially though comes down to kickoffs like these, but it needs to be followed with a tempo that, well, is a gear we haven't quite seen. It is preference, though, towards the side of Leesville. Already set up for potential goal, but Iron Welder taking to the skies. Well, he lands what a defense that will potentially be the nail in the 3 car coffins here of Leesville.
20 seconds left. By no means out the realm of normality, but that clear could very well spell the end. Crazy Shark keeps it out. They've now got an offensive chance of their own, and they want one. It'll be pinched away. What a touch to keep it out, but it's just not going to be anything that will decide this series. Off the back wall, 3 seconds remaining. Do they score the final goal? Yes. And we'll still see a formality of a kickoff to close out this third game and the subsequent 3-0 series.
Congratulations to Green Hope here off the board. My biggest thing is look at Leesville in some of those last moments. That's the Leesville road that I was hoping to see here kind of awaken, not even in this game, but even through that second one, being a lot more present towards the other side there. And while there is the last miff of that final shot, some of the setups that we got to see there in that moment was, in my opinion, some of the best that had happened all day for this roster.
Yeah, hey, they made some improvements, and sometimes that's all you can ask for in a series like this. They did not win a game, but they did pick up a couple goals. They certainly looked better between the later stage of Game 2 and the entirety of Game 3 than they did in, well, the early part of Game 2 and the entirety of Game 1. Sometimes the improvement's all you need. You win or you learn. They learned a lot, and they even instituted some of that into this series before it came to a close.
Well, congratulations to represent the first of our Wake County. It is, at least, my apologies, Green Hope who comes out on top of this one.
Hey, first game done, at least in Wake County. We've still got a lot more series of Rocket League soon to come. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, another series soon to arrive. Spring 2024 showcase here of Rocket League for VESL continues with our Wake County Conference. I'm time to late that right there, Zephyr. We've got 5 more games on this evening, Zephyr, and all to cram in a fairly short period of time. I gotta say, I'm excited to see Rocket League game and Rocket League match after Rocket League match. We will see a heck of a lot of it the next 3 hours.
And the only thing I'd be hoping for is the fact that we hopefully might, at some point within our best of 5, see something that ain't a 3-0, but that is left up to the players themselves and the competition that be. We're still within the Wake County, and we'll be checking out Wake Young Men's Leadership Academy versus Panther Creek High School.
Yeah, Panther Creek High School, a big note, or a big team outside of just Rocket League as well. We've seen them in a couple games, Valorant. I saw them in Call of Duty just last semester. So, a team to note, certainly. But how good their Rocket League team is, well, we shall soon find out. A bit of a conversation about the Rocket League team. There are 6 rostered members. 5 of them are rostered seniors, with only 1 being a freshman. In this game, it is JHR with Jedi Pilot and Tower. If I'm reading this correctly, all 3 of those players are, well, 3 of the 5 seniors.
On their opposing side, at least Fatu is the senior as well. Slimy, Squid, and Flapjack. I believe respectively Flapjack, sophomore, and at least for now, though. That seems to be one of the more fairly even starts that we've had the opportunity to make. The brunt of the starting aggression with Panther Creek still playing on the defense. Nothing to give me a real notion of a leading goal.
Yeah, it seems like just the first minute, nothing to write home about, I like to say. It happened, but not too consequently. And Panther Creek, they have had to play a little bit more defense. They've played it fairly well. They also haven't cleared as easily or as confidently as they'd like to. This one will go well for the, oh no, that's a miss you'd like back, but it won't end up costing them all that much. Fatu will send it back down the line and find a demo in the process. Almost a goal to pick up for Wake leadership.
Is good here. Howard setting up for that potential instead. Fatu from above.
Already won, and this one from up. This just sent straight down. A nice pass off the side, but Panther Creek take a little bit too long to react to it. That's the one issue they had, and especially had early in the first maybe 20, 30 seconds. The late reactions almost cost them a lot more, but here, only down 1. Hey, first 90 seconds mostly go off without a hitch, and Wake leadership can be very happy with how they've started.
See how this one lines up here, at least for the start. Once again, Flapjack from Wake leadership. This one up on the other side. Instead, this Red Dog finally breaking in through here, trying to see if they can. From the skies up, really good defense from Wake leadership.
Hey, from this start, it looks a lot more confident for their defense, and their transitional offense has been pretty good. Decent shot, but goes a little wide. Miscommunication for Wake leadership. Both players wanted it. Neither ended up going for it. It's where you both say, I got it, and each of you think the other one ends up having it. Everybody just says, oh yeah, they can deal with it, and they don't.
Well, at least for the embers of they can deal with it and they don't. Fatu is potentially looking to get around that. Instead is hit with the double block off of the bounce back in for Flapjack on the low ground, setting up for the goal on the side. Just barely misses the cord, but the follow through from Slimy Squid off of the rebound sets Wake leadership for 2-0.
That one goes off the post here, and Slimy Squid usually you'd want to put that to the other side, but he had to deal with both defenders. One was moving, the other one wasn't. He figured, I'll target the one that doesn't already have momentum. And it works. Good discipline and good ideals in your mind to think, who can I target that may be the weak link of this chain? It works, and they go up 2 because of it.
Well, on the other side for Flapjack and Fatu, they're more than happy to follow up on now what is the demo of J Red Dog over on the side, coming just back alive. Will sustain for that first, at least, defense over there. Any second slower would have potentially been their end. Instead, once again, quick return. Fatu takes to the end. For someone with fat in the name, they tend to fly very well.
Hey, maybe it was a former name and they just have been living up to it. Maybe they've been going to the gym for a little while, working on, I don't know, being skinny you.
Wow.
I don't know.
I'm doing my best, keeping myself on that 500-calorie diet a day.
That's nuts, by the way. It's still crazy.
Well, you know what? Gotta look good. Gotta look good. Hopefully as good as Wake Leadership Academy, because, you know, that might require 200 calories.
Jesus, oh my goodness gracious.
Some days I don't eat.
Oh my god. Flip reset. There, we'll go in. How does that go in for Fatu? He's eating everything. He's eating the defense for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. As Panther Creek is absolutely torn apart. 3-0 Wake leadership. And Fatu's insane.
I'll tell you what, for Wake leadership, it is now a dominant and a hand-over-fist lead here going into our final minute to win it here for the likes of our first series on the board. Fatu once again keeps it clean and up into the skies on the other side. Well, not quite landing off of the back end of that bar there as our time continues to tick down. More than happy to just sustain a single tippity-tap on the other end to slow the velocity there. And with that, Flapjack finally retains control.
45 seconds here. Oh, nice clearance. That goes all the way to the other end of the pitch. And Flapjack, oh, they do get beat. Follow up over a second. Great play, point blank range. Do you beat all three? No, doesn't happen. So it stays in the neutral midfield. 30 seconds. This is where Panther Creek probably won't win the game, but they can certainly build momentum and work on something they may be thinking of. I see a lot of teams in ideals thinking to themselves, what can we improve down the line? And they try it in games where they've already discernibly lost. Here, that rotation, the bump in transition works perfectly. Watch this from Flapjack. Say goodbye to the Jedi Pilot 12 as that X-Wing is absolutely snipped of its wings.
A bit of a crash and burn there straight to the depths of the Death Star as that'll be the end of that career there. For now, Wake leadership, though, with 16 seconds on the board, are more than happy to hopefully carry this momentum on as this is said and done for Game 1 against Panther Creek there. With that one final demolition against Fatu, you can only hope that they're able maybe to get one solid return, but with this ball heading straight for the corner, I highly doubt it.
4-0. Wow, that was not that difficult to say. 4-0 for Wake leadership. And they're very happy with how that started, but they have to be very confident with how it ended as well.
Wow.
Look at the stats, or on Panther Creek's side, the lack thereof. 0 shots, no assists or goals because it ended 4-0. But the extent of their prowess was a couple defensive opportunities, which, in all fairness, they were pretty good to start off the game, and a couple physical demos, but even Wake leadership led in that statistic. So it's a very confident Game 1.
It to be honest, in many regards, is the bare minimum of what we would consider inaction. And you can literally see it in the listing scoreline of who was really present in any regard there. Red Dog being usually the most present in terms of some of the defensive entities that we saw and kind of getting that ball out there. But for Pilot and Tower, I don't even remember half saying their names.
Yeah, it just seemed like they had some difficulties. Every time I said Jedi Pilot's name, it was them being bumped or demoed. It was the only 2 times I remember. And their defense was pretty good on the Panther Creek side, but pretty good is only decent when you're facing up against 94 shots. If you're facing up against what we saw there, it becomes a lot more challenging. 50-50 point blank. Missed opportunity. What is that?
Oh!
No! JRH Red Dog walks away with a free net. It's an early Christmas for Panther Creek. What? Okay. So just slipped away from the ball. Did his hand slip off his left trigger? I don't know what happened.
Well, it is a squid here, so you have to give credit where it's due. It's the moisture that exists within any one of our oceanic creatures. To be said, though, right off of the bat, it is almost immediately Wake leadership hitting back strong and fast. Slimy Squid making up for the large efforts, or at least guessed missed here on the other side to send for goals to be had.
So 1-1. But Panther Creek seemed to be okay. The only issue is their defense right now, and they haven't been able to find the easy clearances from their defense opportunities. Fatu up. Will send this one down off the wall. That goes straight down. He almost had the read, but doesn't end up finding the shot looked for. And Red Dog will send that one away, but only as far as Flapjack, who again makes another offensive opportunity just for it to be 50 down the line.
Fatu here on the other side, set up for the corner on the other take. It's not enough of the turn speed necessary to go get this kind of reset as a little bit of the dribble, quick pass to the other end leads a little bit wide swing, but still results in good demos to be had. This is something we've consistently seen, even if they aren't setting up the best of shots. I say as Fatu just single-handedly does it himself. I mean, they'll pick up that and more. That and more.
Oh, that's a great touch off the wall. What you do is you basically pseudo-pogo the ball, where you just send it off the ground like a pogo stick would, and it bounces up and over Panther Creek, who just are not ready for it. This is Wake leadership looking very, very confident and good while being confident. Slimy Squid trying to make up for their lack of defense maybe a couple minutes ago. Nothing coming about.
Yeah, they'll hold on. They've made up for it. You know, they got that goal. They got goal
True.
numero 1 on the other side, playing a little bit of a soft goalie here as they extend out to the mid. And gosh, I love the additional speed and the uber aggression from the uber words as they are Wake leadership kind of consistently leading here.
I prefer lift aggression, personally. Fasu lifting the ball up and over the back
Oh
wall
my gosh.
will get some support from said back wall into a pass, and we'll put it right over to Flapjack. Panther Creek, 2 players were there, 3 players were actually there, but none of them perfectly oriented to play direct defense. Wake leadership 3-1, and with 3:15 remaining. Panther Creek, they've got time to come back. The problem is, can they even initiate one?
This is good here. Set up on the other side, launching quick and forward will be blocked out. J-Red Dog with that setup isn't able to make the same advantage to Heights, and the same could be said for Jedi Pilot, and as a result, with neither of them gotten the boots to fly, it is Fat 2 once again flying, soaring, breathing, believing like an eagle.
J-Red Dog ran out of boost. I think it was Jedi Pilot to just fly by unsuccessfully, and Tower couldn't get back in time. They instead were trying to get boost to get back and just couldn't do so. It's a lot of problems developing for Panther Creek without a heck of a lot of solutions being proposed. And with 3 minutes, yeah, again, a lot of time remaining to come back, but you have to at least take that first step. Baby steps are always the first ones you have to take, and we haven't even seen them start to crawl.
I was about to say, I don't even really see the consistency that's necessary for this team to get back in the forward foot. A lot of really individual takes, you know, from individuals like J-Red Dog, and now finally there's J-Red Pilot, or I mean Jedi Pilot trying to follow up, but in turn, as finally, there we go, able to make the rebound, Red lining that one up off of the corner themselves.
So Flapjack sends that one away, but it doesn't seem like they had the greatest touch they were looking for. Panther Creek was very well positioned to deal with any possible clearances. The only 2 other options you have there are keep it on your car and play for a 50, or try and take it up the back wall, which becomes arguably even more dangerous. Great kickoff. Flapjack has very early control with 100 boost, but can't do much with it, so instead, maybe looking for a pass, they just miss. Feels bad, man.
2 minutes on the board, though. Still a minute in total for both of these potential shots. More than enough for work to get done here. Something to note about Panther Creek is Tower kind of living up to the name of the Rook themselves here, playing a lot more on this back foot. Something I'd like to see potentially change as we talk about maybe getting into the position to capitalize here. Wake leadership able to sustain solid defense. Fatu there on the very last moment, picking up that shot and now picking up the full demo on Jedi Pilot.
Off the side wall, midfield control for Panther Creek has been pretty good this game, and they've at least sustained it into some fairly decent offensive pressures. The only issue is those 2 adjectives were pretty good and fairly decent. Not amazing, not great, not anything directly and concurrently going their way. They have to be just a little bit better, and sometimes that very narrow margin could be the margin for error for Wake leadership to keep them up 4-2. A minute 15, still very much available for a comeback for Panther Creek. I've been saying that for the last 2 minutes. And in that same 2-minute time span, they've picked up an extra goal. The issue is, can they make it 2 in just a minute's time?
Well, 1 minute on the board. We saw what was in our last series goals scored within minutes time, but it needs to be just as quick. This is something Panther Creek, well, hasn't really delivered on. And he not even here or within our last game.
Ooh.
Barely does it. A decent defense on the other side. There could have been 5-2, something that would have sealed their fates before it had been decided.
Demo on the back line, though. They've one less player. Perfect pass as well. No one was prepared for that combination of events. First step is the demo. This happens on the right side of your screen. Flapjack exits the screen and finds a demo immediately. The pass across to Jedi Pilot's alone, and he has to go across to get it, so it's just put behind his back car. It's Wake leadership. An easy 5, and a really team cohesive 5. All 3 members get involved in some way, shape, or form.
Well, here on the other side for Wake leadership, it is done and dusted. To count the 30 seconds to be any kind of grace to set up Panther Creek, well, that would just be a simple lie. Even still, though. Okay. Shout out to Tower. Makes me shut up immediately.
Oh, another pinch. And that one from very far away, I might add. just a pinch off of an opponent this time. A little surprising to say the least. You gotta say, credit where credit is due. Panther Creek can take that one for the road. But again, the only issue is it's a little late. They would have loved that before Wake Leadership scored their 5th goal, or instead of Wake Leadership scoring their 5th goal, but still a 2-goal deficit with 10 seconds.
Well, 10 seconds on the board here, and with every waking tick of the clock, Panther Creek knows that they have a insurmountable mountain laying ahead here for them to have to climb if they're going to come out of this best of 3. It's a simple dribble or two that delays us for moments ahead before, well, make it one additional goal.
Hey, just one of their own for the road. They were like, yeah, Panther Creek can't take the momentum into game number 3. We want to have it. They also got a little bit of help off the demo. A pseudo-own goal. It either would have gone in anyway, or it would have been a 5-3 game. Regardless, hey, Panther Creek could be very happy with their result there. The problem is, very happy losing by 3 is still not great.
I was about to say, this is a huge improvement from the last game. First and foremost, we talk about a lot of the presence here, putting up shots on the board, especially after what felt like nothing out of this last game, is so important. And 3 goals is nothing to scoff at there. Now, the 6 in response, that's I mean, we're not scoffing, but we're having to deal with. In their own ways, though, Panther Creek, they've got one last good chance here as Wake Leadership are on a match point.
I believe that was like meant to be like the
Yeah.
type of
Basically.
Okay, just want to make sure.
Thank you.
Well, hey, Panther Creek trying to defend match point on their own side. They do still have to play a lot of offense. But the problem is their offense hasn't had as many opportunities with their rotations. So, by nature, they've had to play more defense in the midfield than they have on their own side of the field. And when you move up where your defense occupies, well, your defense turns into a much more forward position rather than it would goal line type defense. It's a very weird cyclical way of describing things, but Panther Creek would like to play further back defense so their counterattacks are just arguably better.
At least for now, Tower playing much more forward, something that I like to see, was a request of mine coming out of the game too, especially after goals were scored here. I like the fact that we do see Panther Creek just getting into this place of play. All 3 members set up there, but that leaves me worrisome. Got to be always ready to get back on that engage, and that's what makes and breaks the difference between some of these great teams that we've had the chance to see today in VESL. How quickly they are able to adjust, they are able to adapt and make the exchange, especially compared to some of these teams that are a little bit more strict on their apparent roles.
And with Wake Leadership not having all that much offensive opportunities in this game, it seems like Panther Creek have found a lot more comfortability in their defense. They haven't had to recover every 5 seconds, every 10 seconds. They haven't forced themselves into too many double commits. And if they have, they've had a 3rd player back to make sure that any possible mistake is at least made up for. Like that. Jedi Pilot makes decent contact. Who's the next one to follow up? The answer, J Red Dog from behind. Yeah, it's beat, but there's still a lot of defense still there for Panther Creek. They could be fairly confident in their game plan going into game 3.
Well, we're setting up 2 minutes on the board, and I was about to say nothing to be scored as of yet. Slimy Squid, though, once again making me rear my head as it stands 1 up, and this is the lead that you never want to see. Throw in a demo for good measure.
It's the pass into a slight misplay on the front side of that defense, and Wake Leadership take full advantage to run away with the goal. Fatu wants a second opportunity. We'll at least get a second touch. Make it a 3rd. How in the world do you touch that a 3rd time? I have no idea, but they'll do it. And it just seems like that confidence on the front side has followed up with this first goal. Wake Leadership Academy have looked extremely good out of this, well, follow-up maybe 20, 30 seconds, but they've still had to play defense in that same time span.
Well, at least in this regard, they've definitely slowed down a lot of what we saw out of Wake Leadership in our previous games. For Panther Creek, it'll be a demo there, and that might give them the potential lead they need if you're Wake Leadership. Even still, though, on the other side, Fatu just barreling through 1 hit at a time to only be blocked by Tower.
Ooh, Slimy Squid, a little bit too much on that, but still a decent pass. Not an overcommitment by any means for Panther Creek, and actually a good defensive stand for them. Now in this rotation, do you find anybody to follow up on? Fatu does get that return. They get the boost. They may get contact with the ball. They do indeed. Great pass in the midfield. But Wake leadership, they decide, hey, let's give away possession. Let's instead focus on position.
This is good. This is good here. Pop that one back off of the board, off on the side there. Spin it up, drill it, blaze it, make it happen. As now in control, Flapjack looks for some kind of answer opposingly there. But at the end of the day, it is just as quickly back. Panther Creek continuing to put the Panther in the creek here. That's the kind of aggression I like to see. Creek Panthers.
Yeah, you lost me.
Thank you.
Way to put the leadership in Wake. That doesn't work. I don't know. We're moving on. There's a minute 15 in this game. Possibly a minute 15 left in this series. Pass across. They're trying to make it so. What a shot. Just barely misses off the top corner between the post and the crossbar. But it's kept on this front side of the pitch by Fatu. Good 50. Wants a follow-up.
Oh!
50 again. Go for 3. Might as well. Instead just holds for the third touch, but that time they miss. Turns out third time is not.
Jeez. This has been back and forth coming out of this third game, and you can only hope that Panther Creek finds something here shortly. They have been so good about keeping the time here on Wake leadership's side. It's just have not been able to set up for advantage. And you see just as quickly, they've learned their mistakes. They're on these quick resets. They've made their way back to goal. It's a bar cross defense, and once again, back on over to Wake leadership. The problem is with 20 seconds on the board, if they don't score, it doesn't matter how good it's been. They will lose nonetheless, and they will walk away from this best of 5 the sadder soul.
It's going to be close. Oh, no. Fatu from the top ropes absolutely denies that one. WWE only happened over the weekend, but it seems like they want to follow up for a second showing of it. Maybe an encore, maybe nothing more. 3-0 will be the outcome of this one. Will it end 2-0 in Game 3? Yes, it will. Nice little cap on a sweep of a series. Wake Leadership Academy run away with our third game and a 3-0 series.
A shout out once again to Wake Leadership Academy, but I want to walk out of this last game recognizing Panther Creek for what is worth here. And maybe not the most explosive of what these stats kind of dictate explicitly. The fact that they were able to sustain the full 5-minute timer pretty much that entire time, kind of really forcing the best of the best to come out of Wake leadership is something to say, especially regarding what may lay in store for this team for the Wake County.
Hey, they had 3 shots on goal. Nothing substantial, sure, but they can certainly be happy with how that third game went. A 2-0 game where it was 1-0 for the predominant portion of it, and the first goal wasn't scored till, what, the 3-minute, 15-second mark or something along those lines?
Right.
They could be very happy with the earlier stage of that game, and they can say, we improved a lot. Not a multi-game difference, or not a multi-goal difference in Game 3 until literally the 0-second mark. And they played fairly decent defense. They had transitional offensive opportunities. Yeah, Wake leadership played defense of their own. That happens. But you played a team who was visibly better than you, but you improved throughout the series. That's something that Panther Creek can take for the road.
It's a road that still lays winding out ahead of them here for the rest of April. And for us today, I believe we've reached our halfway point. Still 4 matches to go. When we come back from this short break, we'll be bringing you the best of the best VESL has to offer in our Rocket League Quandaries.
Piedmont number 1 seen earlier on today. Piedmont number 2 online will be seen in our independent conference for our 5th game of the series. I'm time to late, or 5th series of the day. I'm time to late. That right there is Zephyr. Welcome back to the VESL Spring 2024 Rocket League Showcase. And our first week of play has offered a lot of 3-0s, unfortunately.
The question now still yet remains if we are about to see potentially another as we break on through to now the independent or indie region, or my apologies, conference here within VESL. And of course, as you said, we'll be reintroducing Piedmont, but this time around, we'll also be seeing North Carolina Cyber Academy. And that is why YMG Minty, I was going to check to say this out, North Carolina Cyber Academy were very much present at our state championship on that Fortnite roster. Minty was one of the players, and they did very, very well.
I gotta say, I'm very disappointed that they are a primary Fortnite player and are not running the battle bus. Doesn't cost that much money.
Very true. Very true.
That's all I'm saying. Hey, Dark, flip reset, ends up using it as a wave dash. Watch this. So
Oh
what
my
Dark
gosh.
does is he regains his flip off the ball. And then when you land, if you use your flip as you land, it wave dashes you forward quicker. And he does it to hit the ball much quicker off the ground rather than it would have been maybe 8 miles an hour. It was 26. He gets it quickly into the back of the net. North Carolina Cyber already up 1-0. It's been 24 seconds.
A huge shout out. An absolute, I would say, perfect in many regards to at least get the first touches within the 30 seconds. And you can see Minty already making the moves ahead. But what's scarier is Dark Wolves coming in just as quickly from behind. Almost to lay stake in control. And then maybe just a little bit quicker. Could have been picking something up. But once again, this kind of triangle formation they've got here from Cyber Academy to really lay it home and keep the preference of this ball constantly on the other side. Minty following up kind of close there on the back end. You got to be a little bit careful in that regard, but still setting up for center. Just one good touch on the edge. Minty just a little bit too far under.
Piedmont community, they've had a decent bit of control in the midfield. This is an issue we've seen from a lot of the teams that have gone down 3-0 early in series. Dark, another opportunity. He goes again for the flip reset wave dash, but that one not nearly as successful. Still very dangerous. And Dark Wolf, another opportunity. That one not going back, but up for Dark. Second off the back wall. It's just style personified. And it's 2-0 North Carolina Cyber Academy.
Look at this. Up into the air. The secondary tiniest of flicks ever. You'd have to breathe on it to see if it happened there. At the end of the day, it's like you said, second goal up 0 for Piedmont here on the opposing side. And you've got to worry out here. Cyber Academy, once again, this just kind of aggro that we see from the other end. It is one of the first times that Piedmont have been able to break on through and get this one past the neutral, and instead, it is so quickly back to this goal where shot after shot is about to ring clear.
With North Carolina Cyber Academy owning some of this midfield, as soon as Piedmont breaks through, it seems like it breaks up a little bit of North Carolina's confidence. You can see a little bit more hesitant for Dark here, but goes up immediately with the ball. Has 70 boost from the start. Will they have the angle? Oh my goodness. Trying to break the protractor out, but failed geometry class last semester, so needed to try again.
That's okay. Mathematics mean nothing in the face of car rockets. For the face of Cyber Academy here, it was the double bounce that ends up, well, not quite fruiting in any kind of success. On the other side, though, they consistently keep this one bouncing back in here. Finally, it is Jerry to break at least some of the tempo, but very quickly gets bounced a little too hard off that corner and leads just ending up right back into the favor here across. Once again, a big cross over the side of that goal won't really result in any kind of potential for a shot to land in, but my gosh, Minty!
This is gross. This is just gross from the entirety of North Carolina Cyber. Minty just gets up and over. I thought that Gary was going to get there, but at the end they just don't. Just barely missing. Sometimes it's a game of inches and it's won by miles. And North Carolina Cyber, that's where they are right now. 3 minutes in, 3 goals scored. Maybe a return? Yes, it is.
Oh!
It's Justin, not the NRG player, but still an opening goal. Or at least one.
Really solid here, and this is a bounce back off of that wall to set up for the linear edge. Had it been just seconds quicker, Cyber could have defended there, but I don't think they were ready after that kickoff. So for 2 minutes ahead, a 2-goal deficit isn't that crazy, but it's got to come from more than lucky strides like that one. For perfect bounces and perfect setups, need to have more of direct hands on the potential for these goals here. Now the real question is, how does Cyber Academy react to this? And probably not much different than they've been playing thus far, just as quickly to get back into the action.
Hey, 90 seconds. Piedmont Community not out of this game, but if Dark continues with this, a weird musty tornado flick to get it up, ends up getting it vertical, but not anywhere near the goal, and nobody could follow up, at least nothing for a point to go on the scoreboard. That's still a scary mechanic. I've never seen somebody do that. Does he do it again? Please do it again. No.
You've got time to light here, begging for the action
Please.
to transpire here to get the tutorial in real time for Cyber Academy. They're close, but not quite in the setup just yet here. Once again, that neutral zone is becoming more of a present place for both of these rosters as we breach into that final moment. Piedmont doing a lot better job at setting up for the goals as Dark Wolves flies on by.
And here with 45 seconds, Piedmont Community, they need a goal now. Now is better than never, but you certainly like it sooner rather than later if it's going to happen at all. Dark is going to throw it off the sidewall for some reason. They redirect it forward for YMG Minty, but it doesn't seem like that's going to be the end result. Dark was in a good opportunity, or was in a good position, sorry, to try and send that one home, but it is denied by Piedmont Community, and they deny his attempted flip reset, or we'll say waterfall up.
Taking to the side there. They've got a couple of pops over on the corners that have at least come through. Time being here. Minty on the other side, once again, kind of, well, unable to find that central position. While Dark does line up for center, and Wolves tries to catch that one back. I guarantee you that this is some of our final moments for Cyber Academy taking Game 1.
Yeah, that's a fairly close Game 1. Yes, it ended 3-1, and yeah, sure, it started 3-0. But Piedmont Community stayed fairly well involved. Again, the issue is the quality versus the quantity. The quantity was for North Carolina Cyber Academy, and Piedmont Community, yeah, they had a few quality chances, but it was only a few, or in this case, for shots, a couple. They had 2. That's it. You cannot win a game against a substantially good offensive team with, well, you saw it, a lack of offense.
And it just comes down to the fact that when someone like Cyber Academy gets in your face, it's so hard to kind of break through some of that tempo that they're constantly throwing against you. Being pounded by hammers doesn't make you want to kind of take off your armor here. If anything, you hunker down harder. And as a result, for Piedmont Community, there's a reason we see them walk away from that game, well, with just the 12 to be had for Cyber in return. But still, this is just Game 1. They've got the chance. They've gotten the opportunity to suss out their opponent. And the question is now, do they work with it?
There's a lot of time for North Carolina Cyber Academy to also figure out what was working and what wasn't for Piedmont Community. If you can figure out how to counter-strat, we'll say, your opponents, it makes it much easier to strat your own way. And I'd like to see Cyber Academy just keep themselves in the air. It seemed like Piedmont Community had some difficulties until maybe the last minute or so when we saw Dark get contended with 2 or 3 times on the top side. Just staying up in the air, staying vertical, staying away from that Piedmont Community defense, and sometimes just social distancing is the best idea, and that's what North Carolina Cyber is doing.
Hey, it's 2024. We don't need much more of that, but if Cyber Academy and Piedmont are down with the sickness, then I guess we have no choice here. For Cyber Academy, though, something that absolutely terrifies me is the threshold and some of the individual skill level that we saw out of these players time in, time out, and especially coming out of Dark, especially getting really creative about how and when Dark was targeting some of these explicit goals and kind of getting into the action there. The kickoff, it's a wide berth of a miss, but it doesn't quite land in the straight line necessary for that goal, for that easy kickoff win, and instead it is just as quickly Cyber Academy back into the pace of play. But hey, there we go, Justin, straight to Minty.
That's what I was talking about. Dark was staying vertical until he finally got contended with on the top side, and it was very well played for Piedmont Community. They keep the ball up, they keep it away from the net, they don't give Dark any time to become fancy, and they don't give him space to do so either. That makes sure that Piedmont Community at least have the chance to play defense without having to worry about playing a game of bluff with a very mechanically skilled player. Justin makes a couple bits of contact, but it still has a decent bit of boost remaining. But centering the ball, this is just like your rec soccer coach used to say, keep the ball out of the middle.
Well, it'll be from the middle straight to the goal line here. Dark Wolves taking to the sky. And for Dark on the other side, more than happy to follow up. I don't know how he reaches the top end, but he's more than happy to center the goal as well and lead to the follow-through for Wolves after that fall down there. Literally sitting on just the bare minimum of the boost caught there. Had not picked up that final node, would not have been able to make the official jump.
And with now North Carolina Cyber Academy with that first goal, how does Piedmont Community recover? The problem is for them was the lack of recoverability in the last game. How in the world do they save that? I think YMG Minty unintentionally made extra contact with it at the end of it, and thus shut themselves down, maybe shooting themselves in the foot on that one. But because of it, it's only a 1-goal lead for North Carolina Cyber Academy, and Piedmont Community are staying on this front side of the pitch, finally, until they're denied.
Yeah. Well, 3 minutes up on that board there, and continually it is Piedmont's faults to deal with here. Finally getting that one up back to center, and just as quickly as something to note there, you see, yes, Dark on the defense, but Minty from behind was just as ready on that time to set up a quick dribble, a dodge, and a swing to find the goal in the hands of Minty once more. Look at this absolutely impeccable ball work.
This is just becoming a little bit of a scary premonition if you are Piedmont Community. They are being mechanically outgunned, they are being statistically, outshot, and more importantly, they just cannot keep the ball away from their own side of the pitch. Dark has a flip. I thought he was going to use it. He doesn't have to. How does that float through? There's no way this should go in. Gets it up and over one, past the second who was just diving by, and over the third. That you're just not supposed to do that.
Supposed to, can do, whatever it may be. It's enough to get a goal here. And with 3 minutes on the board, to say that 3 have transpired is, insane in its own right here for the Cyber Academy. It is another mega lead. And while it's only 3 in many regards here, you have to remember for last time around, it was lucky flicks off the back end of the board that landed its Justin's initial shot here. So it feels almost insurmountable.
I'm thinking it's insurmountable right now. You have me concerned already, and we are 2.5 minutes into game
halfway.
2. Yeah, it could very well be the halfway mark of the series as well. Should it end 0? However, Piedmont Community's got Justin, who will follow up as they did in the previous game with the team's first goal. Gets it around one, flicks it up and over the other, a backflip for Dark. It was stylish. It just wasn't feasible to work.
I like the fact that I put the name down, I challenge it, and Justin delivers here. And just as quickly, you'll see Cyber Academy looking for their own response. Minty with a good interception there to at least slow the pace of what could have been straight line. Dark Wolves now playing that one a little bit more defensively as a result. And with Gary getting in the front of things here, a little bit of a lift, tries to bounce this one above Slovak, but instead lands up just bumping butts, bumping gears, bumping wheels, and instead it's Justin. This has been the power potential, the power play, but Dark is just as quickly there to defend.
And this one already going back towards the Piedmont Community. Anybody there? No, again.
Gosh.
How does Dark slot these in? Every time I take those shots, there's 9 people in the defense that say absolutely not. When Dark takes them, Piedmont, they rubber banded. Okay, that's not their fault. It was a server issue. They should have saved that.
Well, we'll see at the end of the day, whether it be 3-1 or 4, it's still a huge lead for Piedmont to try to breach on the other side. Still, bounce off of the wall, set up with Dark, Slovak on that defense, but Minty just as quick on the edge. Had it been just a little bit slower, would not have been bounced off the crossbar, but hey, just give it to Dark. Just give it to Dark.
That's all you need. Dark is the absolute final boss when it stands to taking a lead or taking shots or maybe even playing defense. What's that, 4 goals in this game? We'll get the stat when we see their POV at the bottom left. But in the 90 seconds, this game's just feasibly over. There's not much you can do if you're Piedmont Community, and even if you do take shots, it's going to be denied, and then Dark's going to take possession, and you might as well just add another tally to the scoreboard already.
This is something terrifying when we talk about the face that this is just game 2. they still have to encompass some kind of strategy, some kind of position to walk into the potential third game here. And if it's anything like we've seen, well, there may not be much left in store there. Dark just barely missing the embers of the sidebar. Dark Wolves, though, is on the other side of things to seal the deal. You might call them the Wolves. You could call them the Dark Wolf Pack.
Hey, I'm so confused. How do they continue to find these shots? How do they continue to create such good opportunities where Piedmont community, from every single aspect of nearly every single shot, are just either A, out of position, B, focused on somebody who's possibly going to bump them, or C, just going to get beat. What a save, by the way. Never mind, Piedmont community's defense is there. Finally, it shows up, but unfortunately, it's with a 5-goal deficit they do so. This is not looking like a great finish.
No. Straight to the other side here. We've seen this time in, time out, edges to edges there, and Dark and, of course, the other side of Minty aren't quite in the position to follow through there, but had it been seconds earlier, could have potentially been dangerous. Keeping this one, retainment on the Piedmont side with 24 to go. This game is sealed and delivered. So, TTL, I have to ask you, where is your kind of direction for this next game? What can Piedmont really draw from this potential game 3?
I mean, you're really looking to shut down a couple of things. Number one, the passing plays that NC Cyber Academy have picked up. They've really allowed everybody on the team to get involved. Number two, just shots like that. If Dark is seen and or noted from the get-go, you're focused on what he could do with the ball rather than what he is doing with the ball. And you have to stop guessing and start reacting. The unfortunate part is, I mean, even if you stop guessing and start reacting, let's say as a goalie in soccer on a PK, you're not going to get there in time. Sometimes you just have to guess. Occasionally you guess wrong. That's just the outcome. 7-1 outcome of game number 2. NC Cyber Academy sprint away now with a 2-0 series lead and 13 shots versus 3 to boot.
13 shots on the board, 7 made. To say that's better than 50 is literally mathematically correct. An insane stat in its own sense, but I will go the further distance to say, look at the absurd stat line of Dark alone. Almost twice the amount, literally, if you added his score line alongside, or my apologies, Minty and Dark Wolves together, they would still just be there alongside him.
So, back to a 0-0 scoreline. The only problem is it's a 2-0 scoreline in the series. Piedmont community certainly can come out the gate with an early goal, but Dark already has their own boost. He's got ball control on the front side, a double flip reset over 2 players, and a nearly perfect pass, but it's denied. That's a good start. How much can you do now with the ball? They've still cleared it, and nobody's back right now. They've actually back passed it towards where Slovak is, and he puts it way too far over.
Yeah. Bit of a shame there. A nice pop-up on the mid there from Dark Wolves to get this one back out to center with Minty this time around on the follow-through. A deep lower-end pass is going to be blocked out as Slovak comes in quickly from the other side. Once again, showing a lot of really good presence to start this game out, but a lot of that central kind of retainment. This is something that, well, Piedmont have struggled to really get up into the air and actually make effective blocks as a result. It's pretty much free return every single time, and we've seen Dark Wolves do it. Now Dark, that's 2 of 3 of your teammates capable of, well, relocating just like this.
Dark, what a reorientation of the car to get that redirection out towards the center of the pitch. Gary now trying to clear, will do so, but has 0 boost, so can't really follow up on it. And just like that, Dark Wolves, not Dark, will follow up with a touch. The problem is they don't do so properly, and they give away a free opportunity. Back for Dark. Return just the same for Piedmont community, but they continue to have problems creating the offensive opportunities rather than just, well, opening up the ball on the offensive side of the pitch.
It's something that Slovak and Gary's will look for in terms of access here. Up above, Dark Wolves set up on the edge, a bounce back, and you can only worry about Minty on the other side. A nice defense, Dark barreling for it within the corner. To keep this one in a place of play, you have to hope Wolves and Minty are on the reset, ready to go. There's Wolves, perfectly set up for the side corner shot.
The one I want to focus on is the setup to this shot. It's Dark just getting themselves involved. They don't need to make a substantial touch. They don't need to really think too much about the touch they're setting up. Just take the 50-50, keep the ball there. because the ball's there, Piedmont community cannot just go create offensive opportunities and keep themselves away from their own net, and they follow up with a goal off the back. Will Red Wolves go for a second?
Jeez.
Yes, they will! 10 seconds gone, 2 goals picked up in the process, and NC Cyber Academy, there's no looking back.
Like giving a Victorian child a spicy Dorito, North Carolina Cyber Academy's gameplay would make an early Rocket League player faint. This is an absolutely insane display of skill here. One, to say dominant would be an understatement. Dark from the corner, able to defend what looks to be one of the best line shots of Justin thus far.
So I really wish I had my clipping software going. That would go on the soundboard. Like giving a Victorian child a spicy Dorito. That is one I have never heard before. That's a good one. And pretty accurate, to be honest with you. Dark looking to just make it hot ones rather than spicy Doritos. But unfortunately not too spicy on that front side.
My God, oh, well, it's a big hit and a whiff there from the rest of Piedmont. A nice bounce pass back from It's Justin, but you're lining that one right up for Dark to get into the playing field. Bit of a backflip reset there as, we'll be coming back towards center, but no one's there to really follow through. Instead, Minty on the other side will pop this one out to the middle, and this is, once again, in the North Carolina Cyber Academy's control.
They get control, but they just ping-pong it down. Finally, we're playing the volleyed game everybody knows and loves. Dark does get bumped, so not too much you could do with that touch. Follow-up from a teammate, not too consequential either. Piedmont community have made sure that if North Carolina Cyber want to do something with the ball, they have to get through either physical play or multiple defenders to do so. There's Justin, good centering pass. Nobody immediately there, and Red Bulls all the way down the pitch. Is Slovak going to get there? Yes, they will, just barely. The direction over top of the crossbar, keeping it at only a 2-goal deficit. Piedmont community now have a breath of life, but how much do they do with it?
You say breath, I'd be saying hyperventilating. After a movement like that, you'd have to be scared. Even there, what is going to be another great exchange from Justin, Slovak, and crew. They can't quite lay a defense when you've got double the amount of Cyber Academy stopping you in your tracks. It's a great demo on Red Dark Wolves, but the entire time, Dark and Minty are on your side of the pitch.
Piedmont, they still have to clear. That's the one real hurdle every single team that has lost a game thus far today has had issues with. It is getting the ball out of their own zone for longer than maybe 10 or 15 seconds. Here, just like that, 6 seconds later, the ball is back in the orange half. And YMG Minty, they win a 50. They won't get a second touch, so it will become a little bit more problematic to set up a third goal. And NC Cyber Academy won't actually do so immediately. Dark has to start playing defense rather than staunch offense, and they'll do so. Casual touch, off the back wall, and away to the corner. There's the clear. There is why NC Cyber Academy's up 2-0 in the series and in this third game.
Every single time, it may not be successful, but they're able to reapproach with such a fervor that it's guaranteed that they'll find these shots. 20 seconds on the board, an extra goal to behold here. And for the Cyber Academy, I have to say, this is probably one of the most dominant series we've seen today in a full 3v3.
20 seconds left in this series. It's near a feasible impossibility for Piedmont community to go 3 goals up and to then pick up a follow-up. Dark goes flip reset into a musty, into an attempted follow-up flip reset. That one not successful.
Oh
the pass,
my
however, is.
gosh.
And it's another goal for NC Cyber Academy. Dark just puts some style on it. Almost had a stylistic goal. Instead, it's just an assist, but the assist still gives the team the goal.
An absolutely incredible display here from Cyber Academy. 6 more seconds on the board, and usually I'd say it's all said and done, but it's definitely for Piedmont. It does terrify me, the potential of what Cyber Academy could do with a 0-second timer on the board. Instead, it's going to be a quick touch and, of course, an even quicker win for the Cyber Academy.
4-0, 3-0 in the series, and it was just a statement. This is a full team that just seems so confident. Everybody getting involved in the offensive side. Good defense from really everybody as well. The one thing I want to focus on, Dark Wolves had 0 saves, but the main reason is because they were the one that was most further forward in most of their defensive rotations. So they weren't even saving a lot of shots because they did not allow those shots to come to fruition. Rocket League didn't even give them the saves because they technically weren't shots by the time they got to them. It was very well played in the neutral for NC Cyber Academy, which is the reason they controlled the game for so long.
Shout out where it is due to Piedmont, though. A historic 10 saves out of, I believe, the 14 that we saw there from the likes here of the Cyber Academy. As a result, it really was just a handful of goals that made it in. The rest of them, they were doing an excellent job of truly responding and finding ways to keep that directly out of the goal.
Hey, well, another 3-0, unfortunately, but this one close through and through. The late stages of each and every game is really where NC Cyber Academy took their full advantages, but that's only our 5th game of the series, or 5th series of the day. I keep saying that. We've still got 3 more. We'll start off with Rocky River High School up against Char English Early College, UNCC. That's a lot of abbreviations. We'll clarify those when we start our next series. 5 series, 5 3-0 series, unfortunately, to kick off week 1 of our VESL Rocket League showcase. We've still got 3, however, to break what is a very daunting streak of sweeps to open up our week of play. On time to late, that right there is Zephyr. This regular season, however, usually starts off with 3 zeros. Gotta say, this is not abnormal from what we're being told the VESL season, and we've seen it elsewhere as well.
I mean, it's something that slowly explores as the season goes on, and some of these teams are matched up more appropriately. But we're going to jump in right on to Rocky River High School versus Seek, Seek UNCC here in the CMS region.
Yeah, SEEK stands for Charlotte Engineering Early College at the University of North Carolina at Charlotte. A lot of letters to draw out to something we could just spell elsewhere, or otherwise. SEEK, however, will take on Rocky River High School. And you have to say, Rocky River, a technical disadvantage considering they're up against another early college that we saw one of those earlier, where you technically get like 5 years of schooling. So maybe we see some 18, 19-year-olds. Unfair advantage, question mark? Not actually, but...
Well, at least for right now, in terms of the age range here, we're looking at mostly sophomores across the board for Seek. On the other side, it looks to be just about the same, with Pandy being the only leading senior in our current series. So a bit in terms of the average for at least our two teams, and the same can be said for the first minute of our first game here. Relatively average, both sides facing innumerable opportunities, but no one quite coming out on top.
The first 60 seconds gone. It just seems like Rocky River now in this offense can really break the game open, but they don't have that passing play to do so. There's one good across to Pandy. There's a shot on. Bar down, but bar away. The backspin of the ball takes it out of the net, but the follow-up from Idfei will send things straight through the back of it. Rocky River up 1-0. Great bump, by the way, from Victor up above.
Yeah, sends that one back down into the perfect prime position, but more importantly, Idfei kind of really holding the bars out to time that absolutely impeccably there. Goes for the opt to dodge out on some of that early take. Victor to the sky, and for this side, Rocky River are back into the driver's sit. But very quickly, defense almost comes out almost instantaneously from Seek.
Seek, shot down though, really throws off the rotations. As soon as you get into the ping pong play, if a team can start to control the midfield because of it, it throws off the rotations of a team that really wasn't expecting it. That's what happens for a few seconds for Seek, but they do recover. It's a team that can recover well, that we've seen at least thus far in the first 2 minutes of play. Good pass across though, nobody home.
Wow!
Ife has a wide open net the size of the state of North Carolina, and they go up 2-0 off the back of it.
A great lineup there from Idfei, now 2 up on the board for the Rocky River here. And for the majority of our competition, when it talk about this specific game, it doesn't really feel like they're in the dominant driver's seat. Well, kickoffs like that, can you argue?
I mean, kickoff goals being what they are, when you're already up 2-0 beforehand, that's a momentum killer if there even was some for Seek. 3-0 is a scary start in just 2 minutes and change of play. And you have to question now for Seek what happened there. Maybe just a misflick, sometimes it happens. Usually players aren't predicting that their teammates are going to fail unless they just do so on a consistent basis. In that case, maybe it's a different conversation. But, I mean, 3-0, you got to say, with only one of them being a kickoff goal and the other two being very nice passing plays and consistent opportunities, Rocky River looked good.
That's really solid from Rocky River now, with the halfway point finally on our margins here. It's not completely done, set and over, but if any of our themes today have led to one or another, it has definitely been well within the 3-0 territory. I'm not counting it just yet, but starts like this, they terrify me. They terrify me for the remnants of our 30 minutes.
You know, I'm not counting my chickens before they hatch. However, I'm starting to wonder how much poultry we'll be facing on this day.
Therefore, I am counting my chickens before they hatch.
Yeah, just a little bit. Good demo. Seek does have a little bit more of sustained offense, but look at that. As soon as they do, all 3 players, all in almost the exact same position, looking the exact same direction. That's where you have a concern. That communication, somebody has to be going for the ball. Even without boost, even without positional advantage, you have to put pressure on. Else, Rocky River's going to be the most clean and comfortable team because nobody's putting the pressure on and making sure they have to be uncomfortable.
Really good setup here over on the side, even though the follow-through is not there for Defay. There's once again time on the clock, which is the most important thing here when we talk about just this initial game. And a demo like that is revenge that's been cooking for a while, and we talk about taking advantage of pressure from the side of Seek. You can see how Rocky River, off of demos like that, they're more than happy to extend their successes into potential goals, and while those shots don't come through, you can see how bare differences between the micro deliver when it counts.
That one almost went in. Victor follow-up just barely gets denied. Second opportunity, make it really a third at this point. Pandy, will they have a goal? Yes, finally they will. Just inside a minute on the clock up above. And with 57 seconds, it is 4 goals for Rocky River. That was 4 separate opportunities that Seek denied. With the 5th one, it's just too many to deal with all in a short period of time.
We talk about getting control, just getting that one back out to center, past neutral, just get it into the aggressor, and the time it takes to do that. And for someone like Seek, it has been a problem, and especially when you've got shots like this that you are missing here. You can't tell me that that kind of trajectory doesn't give you the time of day to predict out there. And oh, for Earth Sunshine, just barely.
50 seconds, it's Seek. I gotta say, this is a game, we've seen a couple in previous instances where teams just have not had any signs of life. They just have not had a sustainable game in any way, shape, or form. Seek, in a few 10, 15-second periods, have looked pretty good. The problem is, they're either individualized from one another, where they can't follow up after that 15-second period ends, or they have a single sign of life here, towards the end of a game, but, I mean, the scoreboard still shows 5-1, and the game's still going to go the way of Rocky River.
And something to note about this successful goal is, how did the setup come out? Is it something like we've seen from Rocky River where you have the duo, the presence, the constant bounce back? No! In fact, it's just the single individual finding the lucky shot, the lucky angle. And that's the problem here. We're not seeing the general consensus that's absolutely necessary to, well, take it toe against someone like Rocky River. 16 seconds on the board, and game 1 has proven that they are the dominator. They are the Goliath in our David v matchup. And here's the problem. Now the question is for Seek, have they learned? Have they set themselves up for a response going into our game 2?
I mean, the one thing you have to focus on from Rocky River is there's a lot of different ways that they scored in that game. Number 1, kickoff goal was a concern. Maybe that's an individualized effort. We'll pretend it didn't happen just for the sake of this argument.
Sure.
But you had Victor with a great follow-up. You had Idfe with a great follow-up. Everybody gets involved in their offensive side, but not every single time do they put themselves out of position to do it. You can say Rocky River are very confident in the way they are setting up their attack, and they're making sure that it's in a rotationable way, rather than saying, oh, yeah, let's just throw everybody at the ball all at the same time, because then you're either double or triple committing and giving Seek way too many opportunities for their own good. Here, maybe not so much the case, but hey, it's Rocky River with a fairly clean first game.
Well, a clean first game doesn't mean it's a clean series just yet from Rocky River. We have seen the skill set, and for Seek, there is signs of life. You get to see the saves on their back end 4 in response to the total amount of 12 there, 33%. Maybe not the highest, but definitely got to see more than just that in their presence towards the other side here. Idfe, one of the quickest to respond, immediately up to above. Mock Dinosaur is more than happy to take this one, but quickly does Victor make 4 resets as well. With that pacing, we'll find this one past neutral to center with the dribble available. A little bit of a bounce of a hop as a bounce off the back end, but Pandy is more than happy to play off of such a good setup there from Victor.
So there's the double commit I was talking about. One person makes a mistake, that means the second person has to make up for them, and the third one is basically left on their own, because 2 players had to go for 1 attempt. Neither of them had a very good opportunity at it. In Rocky River, just a single extra touch was the difference maker, as Pandy finds a great shot, but Victor really had the good setup. Despite the fact it wasn't a direct pass, they'll still get credit for a little bit of an assist on the opening goal of this game too. Rocky River, it was less than 15 seconds gone, and they're still already very much in the driver's seat.
It's these kind of pressures that leave you worried, not because it's the numbers on the board that are so insurmountable, but it's from moments like this where you see such a clarity in terms of how they get that movement out there, how they get that ball over towards Seek's side, and make this a difficulty for them, because now we got to clear, now we've got to extend, we get a little dribble back, but just as quickly as we do so, There you go. Done. Pass neutral. Pandy. Pass to Idafe. Straight back to center. Pop it into goal.
That is clean from Pandy. A self-pass. It's like a self-alley-oop in basketball. Put it off the side, throw off one defender, and dunk it over top the second. In this case, just place it over top the second, but still just as cool. And Rocky River, 2 confident goals from Pandy in just 60 seconds time, 62 if you want to get the semantics, almost having a third, but Osiris gets back in time for it.
And this is what I mean. Problems to be had there. If not for a small pop-up, that could have been a goal number 3. And just as quickly as it does falter, Pandy's there for the backup. And ooh, the tap just barely whiffs and misses. As a result, will find its way back to the Rocky River end of the road. But in just the immediate succession, they're over on the side for a mock dinosaur. Perfect pop-up, perfect defense. Now, can they get themselves over across?
And with a 2-0 start here for Rocky River, Seek have seemingly found some stabilization in the last 45 seconds. By no means has it been a good stabilization, but it's also not a bad stabilization either. They're not giving up goals, they're not giving up as many opportunities. That one, a lot easily come by for Rocky River, so no goal to come. But a nice shot over top, at least a good clearance, sets up a decent opportunity, but no touch, and a follow-up miss. That's an empty net. Is anybody back? No. Idfe breaks out the 50 caliber and snipes one from downtown. It's 3-0.
This is one of those moments that you sometimes can't particularly prepare for, but in many ways it goes to punish a lot of the rotations that you're not really catering to if you're a team like Seek. You need to have someone constantly making that effort, whether it be to pull back for that support later on or to be in the position to make for goal. For the opposing side, Seek are able to find a lucky kickoff goal. Rose Shine Gold misses from 2. Your Shine is more than happy, and those are the things you are expected to not miss, to say the least.
Seek at least getting on the board here is a good return to form for them, or at least a way to get into form. But how many times do you see them bringing that same opportunity elsewhere? That's one of the first times we've really seen an opportunity like that throughout this series, and it's been 7.5 minutes of Rocket League, where they've given up, if I'm doing my math correctly, 8 goals. They've scored only 2 of their own, and one of them was more of a courtesy towards the end of game 1. Here, you need more than that. You also need to not bump your teammate while he's going for a setup. And Pandy takes full opportunity of it, has 90 boost on the back wall, could set up a shot and or pass of their own. They go for the latter, but it doesn't get followed up on.
And Victor's there, more than happy to put this one back to center. Osiris is at least in the response to break this one away and finally get this one back out of control. But just as quickly as I say that, taking to the skies, breaching past these 2 rosters, and while it is center setup, there's Idafe. There's the rest of the team. There are the soldiers that stand by, waiting, guarding, and just absolutely being the brutal force that makes this so difficult for the Seek, Warriors or not.
100 seconds left on this clock. Whether it's the extent of game 2 or whether we're headed to extra innings is still to be determined. Seek certainly have opportunities. They've given themselves decent ones, but Rocky River, they've got Pandy, who has just put on 3 goals and 3 shots, a clean as ever hat-trick, and Rocky River's 3rd goal to take that lead back up to 3, and with 90 seconds left, Seek, they've had, again, good opportunities on the defensive side to clear the ball. They've taken them.
Right.
They've had good opportunities on the offensive side. Not amazing, but they've scored off the back of at least one of them. The fact is, they're just not as consistent, nor are they as plentiful as we're seeing from Rocky River.
No, this is...
Good back pass, by the way.
Yeah, I mean, this is something that it just comes down to skill, right? I mean, at the end of the day, when you've got players like Victor able to make wide map cross exchanges like that for the setup, how can you look for a response? Idafe there just as quickly to skillfully set off of the bounce pass. To where there is failure, success can be found. Now 4 up on the board with a minute to go. The job is done. The game 2 is done. And I hesitate to say it, but it feels like 3 is as well.
So now the question is, what can Seek improve on in game 3? We'll say, for the sake of this argument alone, that this series is probably going to be a 3-0. It's been 2 back-to-back 5-1 games, plus whatever's found in the final 20% of this second game. But Remember, they've had pretty decent midfield pressure, just not much midfield control. They forced Rocky River to be good with the ball, but the problem for them is Rocky River is good, and with the ball in their hand, they just look so skilled. Idfe, good redirect. Can your Sunshine do anything? No. It's a sunset on game 2, and with 40 seconds, Idfe, they will just put a final nail in what is a fairly deep 6-1 coffin.
Yeah, the 6 feet deep isn't enough for a team like Seek. We've dug down deeper, 12 and below for this roster, and that counts just alone the scores that have taken place between game 1 and 2 for 3. We might be going even further here. 30 seconds on the board. I don't even know why I'm keeping track of the timer. I'm just clowning around, keeping track of how long it is until Rocky River is declared victor of game 2. But like you're saying, for Seek, I mean, they've got the potential here to potentially find maybe some kind of response, but when you're tired like that, what are you to do?
There's just absolutely nothing to do. And it's just been Rocky River so cohesive as a unit, making sure every touch has a specific purpose. Whether it's Pandy just sending them to the back of the net, Idfe, nice passes across, or Victor scoring what would have been a 7th goal, but the timer said absolutely not. This is an absolute statement out of game 2. It is Rocky River saying we own nearly every aspect of this game other than saves, because Seek only took 1 shot and it went in. On the good side, on the bright side at least, since they have your Sunshine, they're 1 for 1 on shots.
Wow.
The bad side of that, they took 1 shot.
Well, and what's even more absurd in terms of that kind of statistic is the fact that of the 9 shots taken here by Rocky River, 6 were made. 66%. And granted, we saw a whole lot more setups than the stats give credit or do in terms of setting up for in Rocket League itself. But at the end of the day, just those bare bones alone are enough to prove how incredibly efficient Rocky River gets with every single one of their displays, right? From these long-winded setups to the fact that there's always someone between the likes of all 3 there to capitalize is what makes them an insanely dangerous weapon here in this game, and to be honest, here within the CMS region.
So game 3 on the cards. How can Rocky River show their predominant portion of an advantage? You can see, Pandy already up in the air, wanted a second opportunity at it, but they don't find the shot they were looking for. Hey, Seek have already at least kept away 1 opportunity. The problem is their own opportunity lasted 4 seconds, and no one's back. This is an empty net right now if Idfe can set up for it.
Just barely breaching the wall there. Mock Dinosaur is able to get the slight bounce back over toward the mid-central position of this side, and will once again do the same here, but we talk about the constant pressure and thunder that is Rocky River finally breaking through the midpoint there. It won't really result in much, but ultimately, this is defense. This is good defense that we're reaching past that minute mark. 20% of our game, if you can keep this one up, will continue to pressure Rocky River.
They forced out Rocky River into, we'll say, some less than ideal positions. The problem is, as soon as they do, Victor then recovers. Great pass in the midfield. No, and a missed touch. Pandy will take full advantage. Watch this collapse on the back line for Seek. Pandy from distance just sees both players. Both of them want the ball. Your Sunshine falls off the side wall. That happens to literally everybody. They should not feel bad about it. But because your Sunshine was there, Mock Dinosaur didn't think they had to do anything about it, and I don't blame him. That is not only a collapse of a little bit of communication, but honestly, just a collapse from the sidewall. And it happens. A follow-up kickoff goal, really, to nail home how good Rocky River is. And in the span of 6 seconds, Rocky River has developed a 2-goal lead.
For Seek here, it's just minor mistakes like that have gone the distance, right? From sidewall fall-offs to miss on the take of the initial kickoff. This is problems for them that now land, once again, Pandy in the driver's seat, your Sunshine taking it to the corner, and you have to hope that Seek are barreling back to this goal to lay stake and claim here. Land that one out to the corner, and once again, Pandy is there to respond, but we talk about Victor being this guardian here on the back line. Once again, able to set this one up. Doesn't quite land for the bounce. Idfe, though, is in the perfect position to pick up for the pass.
Oh, but they have found a bump, which ironically helped Seek for a few seconds. The problem is, because of the bump, they didn't have as much control as they were originally tending for. Pandy with 25 boost wants a pass, will put it across. Idfe misses. A little bit of a premonition on a pre-jump does indeed go awry, but Victor with full boost wants another tap, will find it, maybe a pass into the center. No, not gonna go their way, but Rocky River just styling on Seek, and it's only a 2-goal game. By no means is this one already locked up.
Oh, but your Sunshine on that demo, always looking worse. Love that from Idafe coming down from the top to deny what could have been the pop back into the center. Finally, Mock Dinosaur making for recovery pass center for the first time in over a minute. And it is like we've said many times before, in a single second or a single digit territory in terms of control. Back to the Rocky River show here. An absolute erosion of potential against the likes of Seek. A bit of a miss there for Victor, but at the end of the day, it's the smallest of mistakes in the face of a absolute 3-game slaughter.
This is an absolute clinic for Rocky River. A really good touch there from Victor as well.
Oh my
Idfe
gosh.
didn't even have to go for the ball. They're just giving their teammate nearly a 200-meter shot. Victor read it off the wall, went for the follow-up, beats the only forward player in good position. Mock Dinosaur went for boost on the side, can't really blame him. And unfortunately, Seek just caught completely off guard. Rocky River own this third game. They will own a 3-0 series sweep, bar some, we'll say, divine intervention in Seek's way.
And this is that big difference, too, when we talk about the defensive potential that's always here within Rocky River. We got to give credit to Victor, and that's something that pays the price for that last goal from Seek, right? The fact that we do get that long-winded shot that, in most cases, Rocky River, they've got Victor sitting maybe either on the midway or in the ready position to develop some good defense. For them, I know it's all holds, no bars, get some of these goals, get the points on the board, but it can't come at the cost of good, clean play.
All holds, no bars. Is that the name of my rap career?
Wow. Dang.
Seek, they're being barred absolutely from their offensive pressure, or in this case, I suppose, the lack thereof. Great touch from Idfe. The most subtle of one. Flicks over the second, as only one to beat. Basically a 1v1, and will just hold their nerve, but can't get it past what was technically the fourth player in that one. It took so long to develop the offense that Seek had time to rotate a player back after already being beat. Feel bad for Idfe. That was a pretty nice play.
Yeah. Bit of a shame there. Ultimately, in the end, though, still in control, still set up. Pandy's going to miss out on what could have been some central positioning there. Victor tried to go for the pop back, but instead they're going to have to look for a clear on their own side here for just a moment. For Seek, it's a potential to collapse, but in the reality is, I mean, this is in Rocky River's position. It is in their control just from the get-go. When they decide to go back, they're the ones who make the call.
Idfe up. Wants to beat both, at least beats your Sunshine, but gets bumped before having the opportunity to follow up on the attempted flip reset. I don't know if it actually landed or not. Maybe we will never know. But either way, Rocky River, final 20 seconds of the series, and they'll make sure it's a 4-0 scoreline in the final few. That is a statement. That is Rocky River saying, hey, we are here to stay. This regular season for a lot of these teams today has started in nearly stellar fashion, and I think we know who to watch as these weeks continue.
I'll tell you what, I'm terrified to see some of these 3-0 teams match up within these regions, right? I mean, we just entered into CMS here on the side, but as we'll move on to our next series in the CMS, if that ends in a 3-0, I want to see Rocky River versus whoever that may be. For the likes of earlier when we had Metrolina, right? When we go ASEC in Lake Norman versus Piedmont and Hickory Career Arts. I mean, those are some 3-0s, some 3-0s, a 3-0, a 3-0 for Rocky River.
We have just been starting to count games on one side. I don't know if we've seen a team on the right side of the screen win a game today. Am I right in saying that?
I personally
unless it was
don't
Piedmont.
know.
I think Piedmont won their game. So Piedmont is the only team that has played in orange on the entire day to win a game on the orange side of the pitch. ESPN type stat for you, but it's pretty funny.
I was about to say, I'm not here to get into the absolute mathematical nothingness that is color counting at this point there, but Statistics will be, once again, a congratulations there from the side of Rocky River. We're going to stick within the CMS region. When we come back, Audrey Kell High School versus William Amos Hugh or Huff. We'll have to get some confirmation. I know that one's always got me on the ringer here, high school, but for us, we'll be back.
headed into our 7th game of the day. Unfortunately, every single one of our series has ended in 3-0 fashion, but such is the life of high school and college week 1 type beats. I'm Time to Light. That right there is Zephyr. Welcome back to the VESL Spring 2024 Rocket League Showcase. I gotta say, for some reason, I feel confidence. You said Huff's name correctly. Ardry Kell's a team we've seen before. I feel like this is not going to be a 3-0 series. I don't know why, though. Just a premonition.
Yeah, probably not. But I will say I'm here for hoping just as much as you are. Ardry Kell versus Huff to start off right off the bat. And I will say, sadly, as much as these teams do participate in Fortnite, neither are remaining with a similar player. And woo! Ardry Kell coming hot out of the gates, just barely missing what could have been that goal there. A quick defense from Huff.
Oh, and that's the almost only opportunity they'll have. Follow up from the uncle,
God.
And they'll end up having the open. That is a name of all time. There's no word.
Okay, well, a fantastic goal from and it is a level of control from Ardry Kell that we got to have a little bit of a taste of at the beginning of the game and what was some of that initial setup from Bears, but I'm getting bad vibes, bad news Bears out here on the, well, I was going to say pitch, but could be field. Nonetheless, once again, continually pressing this one forward. Gotta worry, you can see literally daggers posed, teeth bared, blood sent, hurled. The setup in the middle is perfect from Ardry.
And at this point, on the backside, you have to wonder if Ardry Kell are going to let Huff have any room to work with. That touch from Skimmit, what a shot off the post it goes in. And the narrow-ish angle, nothing absurd, but Huff had 2 players way too far out of position, and that one sneaks right behind Yak. And this is a 2-0 start to the first minute of the game.
It is not looking good for your prediction here, but the truth is, we haven't really even gotten to see an identity out of Huff. Remember, obviously, this is the beginning of our season here within the Rocket League sphere. When it comes down to it, for Huff as a whole, they actually haven't been able to do much past just sit within their own goal line.
There's not much you can do to this. This is just a straight pass across, skim it, good redirection. You have 2 options there. It is go for it and hope he hits it the way you think, or wait and hope he misses. Usually it's better to just wait, because if they hit it the way they want, there's very little chance of you making the save despite what you may think may happen. Yak Jeremiah, the good touch forward, makes it difficult for Ardry Kell, but they still clear the zone and send it all the way down the pitch.
Well, I'll tell you what, it is a huge lead right off the bat. We haven't reached the halfway point here, and I am still looking for signs of life, because right now, we're in the morgue.
This is just a clean hat-trick from Skimmit. Off the corner, off the wall from him, puts it off the back wall, follows up with a double tap, and no one's home for Huff. 4-0, 90 seconds gone.
I'll tell you what, when it comes down to just being this aggressive, you would think Huff, who are kind of learning the identity they're having to deal with here, would have some level of at least control over, knowing they've got to be a bit more present. But instead, I mean, I just saw that right there. That was another situation where had that ball been towards that goal, I mean, that's all 3 out. Look at that right there. Another perfect line shot where, for a second, they're not in goal. This is a huge issue they need to solve here.
So they have the opportunity to clear this a lot of the times, but the problem is they're either A, overcommitting, or B, making sure that Ardry Kell are just owning the vertical play. Varus wants the touch, still had their flips somehow. I think they came off the ceiling for that one, but doesn't find all that much with it. And even with Huff finding what is a full counterattack with speed, look at that. Varus is already on the backside. They have the ball across the net before anybody can get there for Huff. And we're halfway through the game. It doesn't even seem like we've broken the first couple minutes. And, oh, Varus just barely saves that one, too.
From Bears to Barris here, the absolute destruction of these 2 mammals is like turning Huff into North Atlantic cod, and I'll tell you what, they are more than happy to take a bite out of it. Another bounce back doesn't quite get the launch. Instead, it's just straight up to the sky. Skimmit comes to try to land this one out, but instead, this is what could have been a perfect push into that goal. A big demo onto Bears. Valen kind of bouncing that one out of the way.
I mean, 4-0 with Ardrey started to slow down. I'm a little surprised we haven't seen a follow-up goal considering how quickly those 4 came. And Huff have had pretty much better defense. The problem for them is they haven't turned it into offensive pressure. It's the story of the day, basically. Teams can play as good of defense if they want, but if they have to play too much defense, eventually the wall is going to break and not so much bend as they'd like. Uncle up once more with it, gets it over 2, but ends up getting 50'd into the back wall. Nothing consequential there.
Well, yeah, nothing consequential except for the fact that we're minute to go on the board and roughly already done in terms of this first best. And the sad thing is I haven't really been able to get a solid idea of the whys.
Musty attempted pass from Skimmett. Somehow doesn't go in. Redirect from Val and Cliff, not successful. And that gets redirected all the way back the other way. Skimmett just barely gets beat by Kaizab up in the air. But within a minute, honestly, it doesn't matter all that much for Ardrey. They've got a 4-goal lead with 40 seconds. It's just not going to go Huff's way. Maybe they can find something for the road. But it just seems like the Huskies are having more problems than they can solve within a 5-minute period.
Well, the thankful thing is the fact that we know for at least a certainty that they've got 2 5-minute 10 total periods to work with here for these next set of games. For Ardrey, it is a happy start to their lead, and to be honest, we've gotten to see a little touch of everybody here succeeding in their own right. So an absolutely star-studded roster here within the CMS conference.
And the star-studded roster already going up a game, and with a pretty clean game. Now, the 4-0's fairly low considering what we've seen thus far today. We've seen some crazy scorelines. But the note is, Ardrey really owned the midfield and didn't even give Huff a chance of playing through that midfield pressure. Sometimes they ping it over top of a couple players, but immediately was put back. I don't think Huff spent any more than maybe 30 seconds in the Ardrey side of the field, whereas Ardrey, with all those opportunities, they probably should have scored more than just 4 times.
Yeah, well, credit where it is due. The saves were actually fairly decent here. 50% of them picked up by Huff in their own right to prevent them from actually getting, well, what could have been the 10 or additional so goals here from Ardrey. So even being in that defensive position, they were very much able to at least lay down to half of the shots.
So Huff now with, I'm going to say, an opportunity into game 2, but it has to be one that starts off immediately. They stopped Ardrey from scoring nearly as much as we honestly thought they would in the later stages of game number 1. But into game 2, if Ardrey just scores a couple to start the game, they could play staunch defense for the remaining, we'll say 3.5, 4 minutes of it, and not have to worry because Huff just did not have enough offensive opportunities to make up for their defense they had to play for 90% of the game or so.
Notably, though, will be demolished here right off the bat from Huff, so that is a delay of action for the time being. But just as I say it, Skimmett is more than happy to close the distance and put pressure down. Granted, this is one of those moments where we talk about getting out of the corner, getting into position, getting it ahead of that goal, just setting up for goal upon goal. And it is literally spelled out like a story, like a book, displayed years before it had happened, fates to be told.
Embarrass, they opened things up here in this first game, or second game, sorry, I know how to count, I promise. But this one took a little bit longer for Ardrey, and more importantly, it took a lot of resources to commit. Huff had everybody commit to that shot, whereas Barris, there with that one, tried to do it solo. They're not as successful, at least not nearly as so. Yak, around 1, almost gets it past a second, but all 3 members of Ardrey, we had 5 out of 6 members in the lobby on the same cubic 10 feet, but unfortunately it's not to any success for Huff.
No, it is good at least that we are seeing them more directly on that aggressive side, but just as quickly as I say that, you get to see how quickly Ardrey can punish when you are out of position on that recovery there. Skimmett with the bounce off the wall, the straight up on the overside here to pull for the corner of that goal. 2 up in the first minute alone.
And this 60 seconds time span for Huff was so good, so poor, so good, so poor. It's like an echocardiogram. We're so back, it's so Jover. We're so back, it's so Jover. And you have to wonder, where do they take a few seconds and, we'll say, slow things down for themselves? They have to think, where do they find a starting point? The answer is absolutely nowhere. It seems Skimmit goes from absolutely backwards facing, elevates the ball, does a half flip, kinda, and gets it over all three members. There's no way that's supposed to go into the back of the net. That is just insanity.
Insanity is seeing the same series 7 times in a row.
That's also true.
I'll tell you what, for Ardrikel, they're happy that they're the ones on this side of our series fate. Blue side once again here, and for Barris, tries to line that one up from a distance, and Skimmit does a great job of stopping the momentum in its tracks. For once, though, we are back on the other side of things as Yak Jeremiah is decimated, exploded, deleted, demolished.
Oh, and Jeremiah just barely actually makes contact with that on the backside. But Uncle up, looking for a flip reset. We'll find actually the flip reset. Almost underside dunks it past 2, but can't actually find the direction of the touch, much less the touch itself. Ardrikel, a shot forward, double tap opportunity. There it is for Barris. And finally, Ardrikel, with some style, will take their 4th goal.
Man, I like you say finally with some style. if Ardrikel hasn't been an absolute masterpiece this entire series, the real question is who's more dominant? We come from this series with Ardrikel versus Huff, and then we look back a little bit further, I believe, coming out of Rocky River versus Czech. Hey, what do you surmise? Rocky River or Ardri?
Your mic cut out. What'd you say?
Oh, I was saying Rocky River or Ardrikel. Who's more dominant?
I feel like Rocky River, only because their opponents had so much more midfield sustainability throughout the game. So the fact that they were not only winning by as much as they were early game, but the fact that their opponents were improving throughout the series is really difficult to contend with, at least at a much higher level throughout a series. At this point, Ardrikel has Huff, who's really just been playing decent defense. And it's not bad defense by any means. The fact that they faced, I think, 10 shots in the previous game, only let in 4 or 5 goals is certainly something to note. But here, they faced nearly as many shots, if not more, through the first 3 minutes of play. Combined with the fact that they still have to worry about the remaining 2 minutes that have yet to go through. And Ardrikel is just, they're just having fun. They're playing with their food, and it doesn't seem like it's being taken away from them.
For one of the first times, I mean, as you say, that Yak Jeremiah is able to get it to that other side and almost able to pop it into goal. I mean, you can see the line is there. The potential is available, but the problem is when it's just you, Yak Jeremiah, pulling this off time in, time out again, waiting for the follow from Kays or Valen clapped, it is a problem to deal with. And you can see here, I mean, the minute it is back over to the other side, Ardrikel are absolutely, I mean, crafting what feels like an insane task to overachieve.
Oh my goodness.
What just happened?
So Barris takes this one from between 3 players. Watch this. He takes it away from Skimmit and Kaizip, who was walking in. He ends up hitting it down from the back wall, off the crossbar, but at enough of an angle to where it still goes in the net. There's just nothing you can do to defend that. I'm sorry. A Huff could probably be like low-level champion players, and they'd still be losing this game by at least 3. And Barris wants another one, won't have it, but gets a triple tap flip reset in the process, just because he can. And I feel like that goal and the follow-up maybe 20 seconds just really caps off this game, because even with good offensive opportunities, finally they'll score. Huff will put one on the board, but it took a lot to get it through.
By the way, a complete denial of their entire goal. All 3 members aggressively here, head first in this line, in directly, literally within the 10 meters or so out ahead of the scoring position. And I'll be honest, one bad mistake, and that's another goal for Ardrikel. And if that's what it takes to get a goal on the side of Huff, they've got a long, long month coming.
And another, make it 3 separate opportunities. Uncle will send a wounded duck towards the net. It won't go through. Huff will keep that one away. But with 20 seconds in the second game, it is just Ardrey
pop.
Kell owning the midfield. They have continually made sure that any offensive opportunity is theirs to possess. Another good redirected shot goes up and over nearly everything on the Huff defensive side, but with 5 seconds left, this one's over. Just a matter of who scores or if they score in the final few seconds. It doesn't happen. Ardrey Kell win 5-1 in this game.
Wow. Once again, an absolutely impeccable performance here from Ardrey Kell. Even more shots this time around. 17 on the board. I think that might be the most if we did not have an 18-shot game earlier, but it just
Was
absurd.
that a 16-shot game in the same series?
Absurd.
Yeah. Apart from one series, this is the most shots we've had in a single game, but it's a lot of individual team dominance, and I'd like to see, we will have played 8 games at the end of the day. Can we just take those 8 teams and put them in a single Elam bracket and just broadcast that? I would love to see those teams from each individual region. Oh, wait. You know what we call that? We call that states. It's great. It's still happening.
Oh my
but
gosh.
We've got some regular season play to set some storylines before that happens, and a third day of that one to walk away with. Ardrey Kell, this is a 2-0 series lead, and I think it's going to be a 3-0 series win in the next, we'll say, 7 minutes or so, depending on how many goals they score.
Well, the big thing I'm watching out here from Huff is just to see how long they can survive. How long they can survive and how long they can push the potential on the other side. Like things like this, where they've got the ball back on the upper end. It's a good line to center. And I mean, these are nice shots, but they're not good enough to display against a team like Ardrey. You need to have that kind of dual nature, that dual threat, setting things up, surprising teams, putting in pressure where there is no defense.
I mean, at this point, Huff has kept Ardrey Kell away. The problem is keeping them at arm's length really only pertains to them clearing the ball past the midway mark and then not doing a heck of a lot with it. Watch here. So they get a decent first touch on it. Let's see what Valen does with it. Touch down towards Kaizip, but Kaizip can't do much with it, and Barris just takes full advantage. They take possession of the ball, and they'll clear it past the midway mark. It spent maybe 7 seconds on the blue half of the field. It'll spend another half a second there, maybe a few more. As a third opportunity goes Huff's way, they've started to control some midfield pressure. This is improvements from Huff.
Yeah, solid setup here, at least from this side, and it has delayed some of these early starts, but every time we get into this goal range, I get a little scared. It's like Chainsaw Massacre out here, and I've chosen to hide within the shed.
3-3-3 on the board. We're about to see a 3-3-3-0 possibly in this series. Uncle gets it off the back of Skimmit, and Skimmit will put it off a couple of defenders. A game of pinball in the box, but it really didn't matter. Huff has really shown how much they control in the midfield, but they haven't turned it into the offense that they've needed. And even that improvement is good, but it's not one that's going to win them the series, and that's the problem. That was a good pass from Kaizip. Yeah. No one's there to follow up, and
wow,
Barris just sends it 2/3 the length of the pitch and scores. So, oh my goodness, they had a double commit. Valen was there, and Jeremiah couldn't do much with it. Or Valen was on the backside, and Valen couldn't just back away quickly enough. I don't know. Heavy sigh.
Heavy sigh. I mean, it's something that, at least for now, for Huff, back to the drawing board, time to spare, weeks ahead. I mean, this potentially is the height of your competition.
I'm also saying, with individual teams, some of these individual games are still very important. Because we could have a league of, oh yeah, this team is average of diamond, this team is average of champion. But when a team who is average diamond plays an average GC team or something similar, they learn so much more from that individual game than they would from playing against another team of diamonds where they could win 3-2 or could win 3-1 or 3-0 even. They have to pick up some important pressure from individual games. On the flip side of that, Ardrey Kell is not taking a heck of a lot away from this series. We've seen this basically throughout most of our day, where some teams towards the later stages of the series or towards the later stages of each individual game will just start having fun, playing around, because they can. They have the scoreline to do that. Ardrey Kell has averaged a 4-goal deficit through our 2 games of play, and already through our third, at least halfway through at least, they've picked up a third to walk away with.
It's a solid start here and a solid finish. I think that's the best way to end. I don't think it has been anything but perfection from Ardrey Kell, and to be honest, that's a mixture of both, yes, their prowess, and also on the other side of things, kind of the presence that we see from Huff in a lot of regards here. And like we said, learning training wheels, whatever it may be, they've got a ways to go. But when it comes to it, when you've got guys like Barris flying through the sky like that, and people like Skimmett, more importantly, sitting in the back line, waiting for this line cross, waiting for that setup, that's what makes this oh so terrifying.
Barris is up. This one will go off the back wall, and Uncle wants to get there. Will they have the touch? Oh my goodness, how well read can you get? It's like they're in college with how well they're reading some of these. And with 103 seconds remaining, Ardrey Kell have put their necessitated 4th goal in. That's an insane pass, but arguably the shot isn't even as good as the read they had before.
Well, 4-0 up on the board. Do you remember what the height of Ardrey Kell's scoreline was, I believe, coming out of game 1?
They had 4-0. That was the extent of this. They
Really?
scored 4 goals in like the first 2 minutes, but I don't think they scored after that. I'll go fact check myself, but I think that's the score.
All right, well, at least on the board here, looking to surpass the initial
4-0.
first 2 games here for Ardrey Kell. They've got a minute to do so, and on the other side, a high fly from above is a perfect lineup, but instead ends up in a quick return that is maybe just a little thrown askew from there. One of the very few minor mistakes that we've seen thus far.
So it seems like they've kept it at a very nice and balanced 4-0 lead throughout most of this series. Back in game number 1, they scored their 4th goal a minute 34 into the game. In game 2, they scored their 4th goal 2 minutes and change into the game. And here, they scored their 4th goal at about the 2-minute mark of the game. They'll put in a 5th to make it 5-0 with 43 seconds. But, I mean, even in game 2, the only reason they scored a 5th was because Huff scored there first, I believe. Yeah.
Well, as it currently stands, the best game in Ardrey Kell's performance from both the offensive and defensive side here, with 39 seconds on the board to go. At this point, we come down to the question of, can they break potential records? Something that I do kind of at least think of is like when we go back to looking at Rocky from our last series, in the same series here, or the same conference. I mean, they had 6-7 score games. And so for a team like Ardrey Kell, their time will come. That matchup will rear its head, and I'm curious to see how that goes.
I really want to see how these teams play in a much more competitive sense as well, because I feel like not only will the mechanical skill stop showing up as individually as it may otherwise, because sometimes individual skill doesn't mean as much in a close game as possibly a team-based play would, in more basic level play. But the other thing is, how much more stylistic will a series end rather than begin? Because here, we've seen Ardrey Kell basically from, I'm going to say, the 2-minute mark, 3-minute mark of game 1, they've just been having fun with it. But Huff, they have been scrapping for every single opportunity they can find, and even here, they lose a game 5-0. They face 14 shots, save 6 of them, and still let in 5 goals. And I'm going to say it, that's pretty good considering what Ardrey Kell did, apart from Huff's, we'll say, lack of offense.
It is something that, well, like we've said, you've got to give credit, because at the end of the day, it is an incredibly challenging place to be in for a team like Huff out of that one, especially after what feels like was just a bullyish performance from Ardrey Kell. But still, congratulations. First win of the, at least, season here after our kickoff. That's always got to feel good.
Yeah, you at least have something to build off of. This is just the first week. Sometimes it takes a week or so to warm up. Sometimes it takes teams a week or so to build in the correct players to a roster. A lot of these individual rosters and schools have a lot of rostered players. So it could be week 1, hey, we're giving other players time to play. Now's the time to do that before you figure out what you need to make playoffs. Again, top 8 of these regular season matches make regionals, and then from those regionals, you need to qualify for states. We'll figure out our last couple teams of the day and figure out how that series may go, however, when we come back from this break. I lied. My bad. We don't have a final game. Unfortunately, some scheduling conflicts have brought us to an unfortunate early close. But, I mean, at the beginning of the broadcast, we said we'd stream 7 games. We did indeed
It's
do
true.
that. We just added an unpredicted one in the middle and decided to drop the last one. So, not the end of the world.
Well, yeah, a huge congratulations to those who came out on top of our initial showcase today within the first week of our kickoff here in Rocket League. It was a 3-0 sweep across the board, a landslide start for all of our teams across all of our conferences. So for our last residual games, that'll be something that will be handled elsewise due to some scheduling issues. But other than that, we thank you all, of course, for coming out and supporting us today.
Yeah, and supporting the teams as well. I know a lot of parents and some teachers as well like to watch some of the high school games. So nice to see what we at least brought for our litmus test in week 1, apart from maybe that 3v2 we played earlier on. There's still a lot of Rocket League action going out throughout the rest of this semester, though. We've got the later stages of the regular season. We've got regional play and then states down the line, but that's still a lot later to come. Before all that, we've got Valorant on Wednesday if you like first-person shooters, Smash Bros. Ultimate if you like fighting games on Thursday, or if you just like some good old-fashioned car soccer, come right back here. Same time, same place, same stream for week 2 of action next Friday at 5 p.m. We'll see you then.